All right. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, esteemed panelists, institutional heads, teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Virtual University of Pakistan, I welcome you all to the second day of International Online Conference on Future Trends in E-Learning and Collaborative Working. Yesterday, we were joined by experts from Canada, South Africa, Philippines, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan, who talked in detail about measures that need to be taken within the education sector, specifically higher education and e-learning amidst the COVID-19 outbreak. We will have further in-depth discussion on various aspects of academic work in this crisis today. Our program today is split into two plenary and two scientific sessions. So without any further delays, we will now move on to our first plenary session for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker for today is Professor Dr. Jameel Ahmed. Professor Dr. Jameel Ahmed is the Professor, Faculty of Life Sciences and Informatics, Balochistan University of Information Technology, Engineering and Management Sciences. He has a PhD in molecular biology from University of Punjab, Lahore, and a postdoc in molecular genetics from France. He has more than 40 publications in international journals and has 15 years of academic and research experience. His expertise includes molecular biology, cell biology, and human genetics. Today, Professor Jameel will be talking on coronavirus, mutagenesis, and its spread around the world. We welcome you on behalf of Virtual University, sir. Please take over for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zinia. Hi, everyone. Today, my talk is on coronavirus mutagenesis, spread, and theories about the origin of SARS-CoV-19. Coronavirus disease 2019, in other words, it is called as now COVID-19, is defined as illness caused by a novel coronavirus, initially called as severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2 or SARS-CoV-2. Formerly, it was also called as 2019 N coronavirus. It was initially reported to WHO on 31st of December 2019. On January 30, 2020, the WHO declared COVID-19 an outbreak as a global health emergency. While on March 11, 2020, WHO declared that COVID-19 a global pandemic. Illness caused by SARS-CoV-2 was termed as COVID-19 by the WHO, the acronym derived from coronavirus disease 2019. This name was chosen or given to avoid stigmatizing the virus origin in terms of population, geography, or the animal association. So this is the background history all about that, how this virus initially started and how it is named as the disease COVID-19. So if we see about a family of the coronavirus, the name of this family is family Coronaviridae. This family has 4 genus or 4 genera. The first 2 genera, they're called as alpha coronavirus, and the second one is beta coronavirus, third one is gamma coronavirus, and the fourth one is delta coronavirus. The first 2 genus of this family, alpha coronavirus and beta coronavirus, they infect the mammals, while the lower 2 genera, gamma coronavirus and the delta coronavirus, they mostly infect the birds. If we see about the beta coronavirus, so beta coronavirus has 4 subgroups: subgroup A, subgroup B, subgroup C, and subgroup D. In each of the subgroup of beta coronavirus, there are certain types of the strains of the coronavirus. So here, if we see that in case of beta coronavirus and subgroup B, the SARS-CoV is present in subgroup B of the beta coronavirus of the genus of this family. Human coronaviruses and the level of infection. There are four human coronavirus that produce mild symptoms in the humans. Those coronavirus, they are human coronavirus OC43, human coronavirus HKU1, human coronavirus 229E, and human coronavirus NL63. So these are four different types of the coronavirus from this family that produce the mild symptoms in the humans. While on the other hand, if we see at the lower level that there are three human coronaviruses that produce severe symptoms in the humans. Those coronavirus, they are Middle East respiratory syndrome related coronavirus, which are called as MERS COVID, severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus, SARS COVID, and severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus type 2. So if we see that there are different types of the coronaviruses that produce the infection in the humans, some of the viruses that produce mild level of infection in the human, but there are three types of the coronavirus: COVID, SARS-CoV, SARS-CoV-2, and MERS-CoV that produce a severe infection level in the humans. So this is the current status of COVID-19 pandemic. If we see that the where we can the dark color in the red, these are those regions or those countries that have a high level of infection, while those areas of the world are they are in mild color or in white color or less red color. They have less infection of this pandemic. If we look into the origin and intermediate host of the human coronavirus, in most of the types of the coronavirus, the origin seems to be from the bats and from the hamsters. But before reaching to the humans or before infecting to the humans, we see that there are intermediate hosts. So if we see that intermediate host, they can be pangolins, they can be the pig, they can be camels, they can be buffaloes, and some unknown intermediate host. So in most cases, there is some kind of intermediate host that are involved, that the virus directly do not jump from the main reservoir to infect the humans. So if we see that what we can expect, that what kind of the intermediate host is in case of COVID-19. So it is supposed that a small carnivore that is called as Paguma larvata, that has served as an intermediate host between the bats and the first human cases. So that is in case of SARS-CoV-2, that this small animal has served as the intermediate host. So this is the spread of coronavirus and the disease, that how this disease spreads from main reservoir to infecting the humans. So if we see that the main reservoir in most of the cases is bats, from bat they infect into the pangolins, from pangolins into the humans, or from bats into the camel, and from camel into the humans, and then human to human this disease that can spread. So this is overall the picture, that how this virus spread from main reservoir to intermediate, and then from intermediate to infecting the humans, and then this virus spreads between human to human. So this is the history of all these three coronavirus. If we see that Middle East respiratory syndrome, that is called MERS-CoV, then severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS-CoV, and then SARS-CoV-2. So they cause the disease MERS, SARS, and COVID-19. And when is their outbreaks? In case of MERS-CoV, their outbreak was in 2012, 2015, and 2018. While in case of SARS-CoV, their spread was somewhere between 2002 to 2004, And now in case of SARS-CoV-2 or the COVID-19 that spread like a pandemic, that was in 2019 and 2020. So the other epidemiology of all these viruses and what kind of disease they has caused, from where they started, and how much they have infected the humans or they have killed the humans. This is all the detail about the epidemiology of these viruses. These are the subgenera of beta coronavirus that I already told that this virus belongs to beta coronavirus. So in case of beta coronavirus, there are a subgenera of this genus. The subgenera, they are cerbicovirus, hybicovirus, nobicovirus, merbicovirus, and embicovirus. So SARS-CoV and SARS-CoV-2, they belong to cerbicovirus, and MERS-CoV, it belongs to merbicovirus. So these are the different clades, clade 1, clade 2, clade 3, mean their similarity based on their genetic makeup, based on their DNA sequence. They are classified as clade 1, clade 2, and clade 3. If we do the genome comparison of SARS-CoV, SARS-CoV-2, and MERS-CoV, in case of the upper diagram, that is SARS-CoV-2, then in the middle one is SARS-CoV, and at the lower end, that is MERS-CoV. We can see that all three pictures, that is in case of SARS-CoV-2, SARS-CoV, and MERS-CoV, the genome comprises open reading frame that have two parts, open reading frame 1A, 1B, all the three, in all of three cases. Then there is a genomic region which is called as S region. This region actually produces the proteins that are defined for the spikes region. Then at the right end, where there is written EM67A, 7B, these are those genes which actually produce the uh, non-structural proteins. So on the left hand, open reading frame 1A, 1B, they are called as a non-structural region of the genome. On the right side, spike, and the other genes, they are called as the structural genes of which are present on the genome of this protein. If we see on the lower picture of this diagram, at the lower end, it has divided. The purple color is actually non-structural proteins, while on the right side, where we can see the proteins which are in green color and in orange color, they are the structural protein. So if we conclude about the genome comparison of SARS-CoV, SARS-CoV-2, and MERS-CoV, so it has two portions. One portion is called as that have non-structural proteins, and the second part that has structural proteins. Now, how this coronavirus spread, from where it initiated, what kind of the mutations were seen during the first genome of the samples that were retrieved from China, and how it spread from China to different countries. So we will see that the genome and where were the first mutations in the genome. So if we look at this diagram, so the size of coronavirus genome is approximately 30,000 bases or 30,000 letters of RNA, because this genome is RNA based virus. So this genome consists of 30,000 letters. So this is the first case. The genome below came from the China, from the Wuhan. The first, when the genome from the first patient was sequenced, they have seen that there was a change in the RNA sequence of the genome of coronavirus. That change was at letter number 186. That is shown in the low diagram. Here we can see that has been marked that from the first sample, the mutation was seen at 186th level of the genome. When the researcher compared several genomes from the Wuhan cluster, what they have found that the virus have accumulated new mutations at roughly regular rate. So the scientists were able to estimate that the origin of the outbreak was in China somewhere around November 2019, because these mutations, they were almost similar, or most of the mutation that were identified in the initial few samples based on that genome. They think they think that the outbreak is somewhere in November 2019. So what happened next? One descendant and two more mutations. So outside of Wuhan, that same mutation in the position number 186 letter of the RNA was found, but which was collected 7 weeks later, 600 miles south of the Guangzhou, China. That is another city and province in the China. So during these 7 weeks, uh, they identified that in that region, two new mutations were present in the RNA sequence of those samples. So, in addition to the first mutation that was at position number 186, 600 miles away from Wuhan, they have identified few samples where there are two additional mutations. So when they investigated the type of the mutation, they found that the new mutations, they were non-silent. So non-silent mutation do change a protein sequence, and the Guangzhou samples of the coronavirus acquired two non-silent mutations. So the first mutation seems to be silent, but the later two mutations, they seems to be non-silent mutation, mean they can affect the protein sequence of the genome. So as the months have passed, parts of the corona genome have gained many mutations. So others have gained few mutations, and there were some samples they do not have gained any kind of the mutation. So this striking variation may hold important clues for the coronavirus biology. So what we can say, that there are certain parts of the genome that can accumulate many mutations, and they are more flexible. We can say that they are more flexible, and they can accumulate many mutations, and those mutations do not harm to the function of the virus. But there were some regions on the genome, there were very few mutations. If we see the diagram, here we can see at the lower end of the diagram, there are certain lines that are larger than the some other lines. So the larger lines, they represent that these are those regions where there are more mutations in the genome of the virus, while those lines which are small in size, which are short, these are those regions on the genome that have less mutation. So what happened in during the first American case? On January 15, all the I have previously described that happened in the samples of that were from China, from either from Wuhan or from another place 600 miles away from the Wuhan. But what happened in the USA? The first American case in USA was appeared on 15th of January. But there was a history about this patient, because this man flew home to Seattle area after visiting a family in Wuhan. After a few days of mild symptom, he tested positive for COVID-19. So he became the first confirmed case of COVID-19 in the United States. So this was a person that actually flew from China into the United States. The genome of his virus contained three single letter mutations also found in the viruses in China. So this man that have same mutations which were also present in the samples of, yeah, in the viruses of that were already sequenced in the China. So these things allowed the scientists to trace man's infection to its source. So this was the first case, first American case of the coronavirus. Here we can see, we do a comparison that the uppercase is the genome that was sequenced in the CETL, and at the low diagram that were the same mutations or same variants that were present on January 21 in the Fujian province of the China. So these mutations were similar, and there was a history that the individual, that the person that flew from China to the US. So we can say that that individual from China brought the virus into the USA. So this is the diagram where we can see that from Fujian, that is present in the China, and that virus entered into USA in the Seattle area of USA near Washington state. The second American case, what happened in case of second American case? Few weeks later, a high school student in Snohomish County in the area of Washington state developed flu-like symptoms. So a nose swab revealed that he had COVID-19. The scientists sequenced the genome of his coronavirus sample and found that it shared same distinctive mutations found in the first case, that was in Seattle area of Washington, but also bore 3 additional mutations. So that was the second case that have same mutation that were also present in the first case, but in addition to that mutation, there were 3 additional mutations in this high school student. So what we can say that there is possibility that there were transmissions, 2 independent transmissions. One that was the first case, and the second one that with the 3 additional mutations at 2 different locations in the United States. So we can say that one was known, but one was unknown, because those 3 new mutations that were in Washington, actually they were not present in the samples of, or in the virus of the China origin. So based on this information, it was concluded that the combination of old and new mutation suggested that the students did not acquire the coronavirus from someone who had recently arrived from another country, because there was no history of that student, because he or his family never traveled out of Washington state of US, or they have any kind of link to the China. So it was concluded that instead the coronavirus probably circulating undetected in the Seattle area, because this individual, that was in case of second case, there was no history of traveling from China into the United States. So we can say that something was circulating undetected. So virus was already present in that area, in that states, for about, they can say that from the last 4 or 5 weeks. Since then, virus with a genetic link to Washington cluster have now appeared. So this cluster that was undetected, so it ultimately spread in all the initially in all the 14 states of the USA. See, and later on, same kind of cases were also identified from the Grand Princess cruise ship. Now we move to early transmission in California. Yeah, as you people know that California is another state in the United States, somewhere away from the Washington state. So what happened in California? A different version of the coronavirus were also secretly circulating in California. On February 26, 2020, CDC announced that a patient in Solano County with no known ties to any previous case or overseas travel have tested positive. So this was another case, because there were no ties that in the person or the individual have traveled either out of the USA, or there was no history. So a sample was taken, and the next day revealed that the virus did not have the distinctive mutations found in Washington state. So here, what they have found in this case, that was in California case, they found that here there is a different mutation in the genome of that the sample of that individual. So what was the question then? Then question arises, it got to California through a separate introduction from China, or it was already circulating in the United States. So either it was difficult to identify that it traveled from China to California because there was no travel history of that individual, or there was a separate introduction into the California. So what happened next? Two healthcare workers who cared for the patient that became sick, along with the patient mutation, their sample had additional mutations. So if we see on the left hand of the diagram, this was a mutation that never found in any of the case before. That was the mutation which were found in the patient, while those two healthcare workers who have cared for this patient, they also become positive for the coronavirus. So, but they have two other mutations that were not present in the patient. So patient have a different mutation, but those healthcare workers that have cared or they have provided the health facility or to that patient, they also became sick. They also got the coronavirus, but they have different mutations, the two additional mutations. There was a torrent of viruses, mean virus genetic matches similar to Europe. Mean in January and February, more people arrived in the United States carrying coronavirus of their own. Some viruses carried mutation indicated they have arrived from China, but there were some patients they arrived from other parts of China. But in the New York City, the majority of the viruses researchers have isolated from the patient were genetic matches to virus that have been circulating in the Europe. So on one hand, there were some people that were flying that from China to US. Some peoples, there were some viruses that have mutations. There was no history that they have traveled from China or from any other country into the United States. But in case of New York City, what was that when they sequence those samples, I mean those viruses, they have found that their most of their mutations they were similar, which were circulating in the Europe. So now, if we look into the history of how virus traveled from Shanghai to Munich, this is a case of January 19, 2020. On January 19, the same day when the first Washington patient tested positive, a woman from Shanghai landed in Munich. Munich is in Germany. So not long before the trip, her parents from Wuhan have paid this visit. So she returned back to Munich from the Shanghai. And this woman was employed by a German auto parts supplier. And the next day, she attended a company meeting. So there was a meeting in her company. So she attended that meeting. Several other employees at the meeting got sick after this meeting, and they were tested positive for COVID-19. The coronavirus genome from a German man at the meeting had mutations linking it back to China. So, because this woman have the history, travel history, and she traveled from Shanghai to Munich, and she attended a meeting, and from that meeting, several other persons they were infected by COVID-19. When they find out, search the history, and again, this genome with these mutations, it linked back to China. So here is a diagram that we can see that in case of Germany, this virus that traveled again from China into the Germany. In case of New York case, a woman living in Manhattan was infected while visiting China. uh, when they identified that there were genetic links of coronavirus to Europe in case of those samples or those coronavirus genome that they have purified and sequenced in case of New York. So at the end, we can conclude that there was a reintroduction and deportation. Soon, United States and the Europe they became new source for introduction to other countries. Dozens of other people they become tested positive, and though they traveled from USA into Europe, into Asia, so they reintroduced the virus into the Asia. Conclusion: we can conclude that this virus is a slow mutating virus because till now only 10 to 20 mutations have been identified from the genome of the coronavirus. So these are different type of the mutations based on the phylogenetic data. The purple color that shows those mutations are those strains which were mostly circulating in China. The red color dots, these are mostly those sequences are those mutations that were circulating in the USA, while the light green or the yellow color that indicates those strains or those mutations that were circulating in the Europe. So ultimately, these all they intermingled with each other by traveling the humans from one place to other place. So with this diagram, we can see that from China, that is in purple color, it traveled into Europe. From China with the red color, it traveled into US. From US, which is in red color, it traveled back into Europe. And from Europe, which is in a light green color, it traveled either into Australia and other parts in Africa or in the South America. We can conclude that this virus has a slow process for attaining the new strains. So because it has a slow process, so the new strains it will take time to appear for the new strains. So it will be easy for the humans to prepare the medicine against or the against the virus. Each month, lineage of coronavirus might acquire two new letters. So, based on all these mutations, we conclude that within a month, this virus can acquire 2 to 3 mutations in the genome of the coronavirus. Now we see SARS-CoV Genome Organization. As I told earlier, that there are two major regions on the genome: replicase gene region, mean ORF region, which is called as structural protein, non-structural protein, and the right region, which is called as structural and accessory genes, are those genes and their proteins. They are translated from the right region, and on the left side, that is the region, they are open reading frame for the replicase or for the replication of the RNA of this virus. So if we look into the spike region, ORF1A, ORF1B, and in the middle one, there is S region. This S region, which is called as spike region, if we expand this region, there are two subunits, S1 subunit and S2 subunit. On the S1 subunit, there is RBD region. RBD is abbreviation for receptor binding domain. This is where the region from which the protein mean for the spike region that actually binds to the receptor cells to infect the humans. There are different kinds of receptors which are present on SARS-CoV and SARS-CoV-2 as well as MERS-CoV. In case of SARS-CoV, a angiotensin converting enzyme called as ACE2 enzyme, which is present on the SARS-CoV, but a similar kind of receptor is expected that can be present on the SARS-CoV 2019 or COVID-19 enzyme. On the left side, if we see that in case of receptor binding amino acids that are shown here, Uh, there are 6 amino acids that coordinate with each other between SARS-CoV and SARS-CoV-2. Out of these 6 amino acids which are present on the RBD region, 5 of these 6 residues they differ between SARS-CoV and SARS-CoV-2 on the basis of the structural studies and biochemical experiments. It seems that SARS-CoV-2 seem to have an high affinity to the receptor which are present in the humans in the low respiratory system. So ACE2, because there is change, there are the difference between amino acids, and that variation or that difference actually mean there is a strong binding between the RBD domain and the receptors which are present on the humans. So that actually the background for the severity of this disease or causing the pandemic of this disease. So the last section of the talk is about the theories of SARS-CoV-2. It is improper to say that SARS-CoV-2 emerged from laboratory manipulation. If the genetic manipulation has been performed, one of the several reverse genetic system available for beta coronavirus would probably have been used. But actually, however, the genetic data clearly show that the SARS-CoV-2 is not derived from any previously used virus backbone. So because there was no such backbone present, and based on that backbone, it is it is suggested that this virus is not a laboratory that have not a laboratory origin. Actually, that is in the nature. Instead, two scenarios that can explain the origin of SARS-CoV-2, that can be natural selection in an animal host before zoonotic transfer, and second one can be natural selection in the humans following the zoonotic transfer. Mean there is natural selection before transferring into the human, and there can be natural selection once the transfer has been and the virus has been transferred into the humans. And there is very less chances that there can be a selection during the passage that have given to SARS-CoV. Mean there can be the third option, but the chances for the third one is very rare. But most of the theories they they say that the first or the second option occurred in case of SARS-CoV-2. So this is the natural selection in an animal host before zoonotic transfer. Mean animal source were present, and that animal bats that serve as a reservoir for the host for a progenitor, and that progenitor ultimately infected. Second one can be that the progenitor of the SARS-CoV-2 jump into the humans, and once it is jumped into the humans, then it acquired those adaptations, got adaptations that would enable the pandemic to take off. So these are the two theories. Either there is a first theory or there is the second theory about the origin of SARS-CoV-2. But there are some chances, although they are very less, that there can be instances of laboratory escape of SARS-CoV-2, because in many countries there is ongoing research on this kind of viruses, and it is possible that SARS-CoV-2 acquired RBD mutations during the adaptation to passage in the cell structure. RBD receptor binding mutations that are already compared between the COVID and the COVID-2, maybe that SARS-CoV have acquired those mutations, and due to those mutations, and the virus have a strong affinity to infect the humans. But about this theory, most of the people they negate about and the selection during the passage. What we can say one way or the other. One way is that we do not care. The other way, this person worked from home. This person don't go to barbecue, don't fly domestically, stay home. So this is the way that how we can reduce the disease. Either we have to adopt the one way or we have to adopt the second way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jameel. We've got a couple of questions for you in the QA box. So the first question is that before reaching the US, there were outbreaks in Europe. How was that possible?
Actually, initially, when it was it identified in the China, somehow the Chinese government have not declared the emergency, or it has not informed to the WHO or the other countries. So, because these are technologically advanced countries, there can be a possibility that some travelers or some of the persons that fly from China to Europe, they also carried that virus along with them. But because there was independent introduction from China into USA, introduction from China into the Europe. So uh, ultimately, when there was declared emergency by the WHO, then the countries they have reported by date and other things. That can be one of the reasons.
Thank you very much, sir. The attendees have a couple of more questions. If you could just use the QA box at the bottom of the screen and type in the answers back, since we're running a bit short on time and have to move to the next presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move on to our next talk of the day. Our next speaker for today is Professor Rory McCrill, who is the Athabasca University Chairholder of the UNESCO International Council for Open and Distance Education Chair in Open Educational Resources. He is also the Professor, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at Athabasca University, Canada. In recognition of his contribution of open distance learning and his expertise, he has received lifetime recognition awards from the Open Education Consortium, the European Distance Education Network, and the Canadian Network for Innovation in Education. He will be enlightening us with his talk on COVID-19 e-learning, advice from the OER implementations in 7 countries. We welcome you, Professor Rory McCrill, and you can take over now, please, for your presentation.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, the invitation to speak with you in Pakistan. I'm now in Edmonton, Alberta, in northern Canada, and I'm going to be speaking today about OER implementations, case studies from 6 different countries. All of these slides are fair dealing or fair use for the pictures, but they're under an open license. You can use them any way you want, and the pictures in British common law countries can be used under fair dealing or fair use. The 2012 Paris OER Declaration stated that open educational resources are essential if we are going to meet the Strategic Development Goal 4, which is education for all in the world. And the idea is that open education resources are not the answer to the problems of education for all, but they will form part of the solution. There are many chairholders in open education in 2020, right around the world, and this gives you an idea of some of the members. And what we're doing is we're looking at facing the challenge, what we believe is the challenge for educators for the 21st century. And the prediction is that in 5 years, there'll be about 100 million new students capable of post-secondary education, but because of lack of access or lack of finances, they will not be able to get a post-secondary education. And in 2015, John Daniel, the CEO of the Commonwealth of Learning, told us that if we were to meet this goal, supporting a million new students, we would have to build 4 traditional universities per week of about 30,000 students. And of course, we recognize that this is impossible. We can't do it. So we need to find new ways of delivering learning to large numbers of students. How do we educate all of these learners? And the former Governor General of Canada told us this, that education is a weapon of mass construction. And what she meant by that was that if you want to build your society, the best way to do it is to build education and to use education and make sure that education is available to everyone who's capable of it. And of course, now with that very excellent presentation on COVID-19, which I certainly learned a lot from, and I greatly appreciate. It has caused huge stresses in education systems all around the world. And there's been a rapid movement to online learning. And because of this, people are now beginning to realize just how important online learning is in the entire educational systems of countries around the world. And this chart just shows you the number of learners impacted by national school closures worldwide. We're talking about 1.3 billion students affected by these school closures. So we need to find new ways of learning. And there are webinars on this, and it's there's the What the Future Holds for Higher Education After COVID, an excellent one that was on, and it's available online. And online learning has now become the good idea. And traditional education is finding that really, when they, in the past, they've been saying that online education is second rate. They're beginning to realize that they can't say that anymore. And as we call that, it's recognizing that the emperor has no clothes. That is, they have no reason to complain about online learning. Online learning has come into its own in the COVID epidemic. It's like the story of Cinderella and the princess. Distance education used to be talked down, and people would claim that it was second rate, and it's become the Cinderella, where everyone, all universities now are getting into online education. Also, we are looking at a new approach to education, which is learning centered. And in the past 10 or 20 years, the term learner centered has become fashionable. But now we are looking at learning as the center for education to ensure that everyone learns the subjects being taught and learn them cost effectively and human effectively and efficiently. So to do that, we need to focus on learning, on how do we get as many students as possible to achieve learning. And it's not about just the student as the center anymore. It's about the entire learning system. And you can see in this chart the 10 characteristics of learner-centered experiences. And you've got all of the different experiences. And if you look around, starting at the top, personal agency, inquiry, collaboration, authentic, productive struggle, goals, models, reflection, personal things, etc. In the learner-centered approach, there's nothing in there that tells us that the students have learned anything. Did the students learn anything? And that is the big question that we as educators need to put forward when we're dealing with students online or even in the classroom. Now, open educational resources have been defined by the United Nations and redefined recently, and they're basically public domain or under a copyright open license. And it permits you to use them, the learning resources, at no cost. You can reuse, repurpose, adapt, and redistribute them however you like. And some people think of them just as textbooks, but they could be video, they could be podcasts, they could be educational games, it could be the curriculum. The key aspect of open educational resources is that they are open and free of cost, and free to be able to change, adapt, reuse any way that you wish to. Very much unlike commercial educational resources that you have to pay for and you're not allowed to change without copyright permissions. I would guess that most people participating now have never heard of the term a twitch for a unit of measurement. It's used in video game design, and it's equivalent to 2 jiffies or 200 milliseconds. And it's the amount of time it takes a user to move a joystick in one direction or the other, or to press a button on a computer. And in 200 milliseconds, electrons on a wire can travel 20,000 kilometers. Well, guess what? There is nowhere on Earth further away than 20,000 kilometers. This tells us that we can use video games in real time to reach people anywhere in the world. And what we know as educators is that for the acquisition of learning, games are very powerful tools, and we need, as educators, to start thinking about them. We need to think of games for learning. Now, the way forward for us as educators is to ensure that all publicly funded content should be openly licensed and made available to anyone, anywhere in the world who wishes to learn. Learning content should be freely available. And what does open mean? It means that it's accessible, it's the most accessible type of content, and that it's changeable, infinitely changeable. It can be used in more ways than any other type of content. If you look at the graph, closed and restricted content is only minimally accessible, and there's very little you can do about it. And so open is the key to ensure that people around the world will have access to education. And what are OERs? Well, you can augment them. You can edit them. You can customize them to your own institution, to your own teaching style, to address specific types of students, to your own country. You can translate them. You can aggregate them, put them together, all different ones. You can reformat them. You can create mashups. So the benefit of open education resources is not just that they are free of cost, but they are free and open for use however a teacher wants to use them. You can take open education resources now, and rather thinking of creating courses, you can think of assembling courses. A new way of approaching learning. And you can build courses the same way you build you assemble your furniture at IKEA or other places. So an open license is a Creative Commons license. It refers to one that it respects the creator's intellectual property rights, and it provides permissions granting the public the rights to access, reuse, repurpose, adapt, and redistribute the content. And the most free is public domain, which is generally all of the old literature and all of the old documents in the world are in the public domain. The most open license after that is CC BY, which means it's open to everyone, but you must mention the name of the author, the creator. And the other one is CC BY SA, share alike. It means that you can change this any way you want, but if you do, you must keep the same license. Now, the other ones are useful for some purposes, but they are not considered fully open. And that is non-commercial. That is, people are not free to sell the works, or no derivatives. You can't change it in any way. And they are useful for specific purposes, but are not recommended. I'm talking now about these 13 OER implementations, and I'll be aggregating the results from all of them and giving the outline of the major things we found about these implementations. And you can see there, we have from Canada, Athabasca University, Kwantlen, the University of British Columbia, and Masqueshish Cultural College, which is an Indigenous college in Alberta. These others, you have Notre Dame University in Lebanon, Wawasan University in Malaysia, the Universidad Federal de Parana in Brazil, the University of South Africa, and the National Open University of Nigeria. And in the United States, California State University, Mercy College, New York's, Scottdale Community College, and Tidewater Community Colleges. So we have a baker's dozen here of implementations, and we're looking at them as the opportunity. Why did they do it? The innovation, what did they do? The benefits, what were the outcomes? The challenges, what problems did they have? And what is the potential for the future? So the information we got is that stated by the reporter from the college. Each of these colleges were approached, and one of the implementers, and sometimes two or three of them in some cases, but they reported on these features themselves. So sometimes they may not have mentioned something, but that doesn't mean it didn't actually exist there. And what we found was that there was no stated consensus among the 13 different colleges and universities, except for one thing: massive cost savings for students. They saved a lot of money by using free content. And that was consistent right across the board. But the other findings varied from different institutions. So the cost saving for students, 12 out of 13 said absolutely. The course cost reduction, and this was a cost reduction for the university in for their costs in creating courses, and that was 8 out of 12 reported that. So that was and that was described as a major opportunity for the institution and for their students. Other opportunities, why did they do it? Well, a lot of them, 7 got grants, 7 had did it for quality assurance to make sure that their content met standards and to improve teaching effectiveness. 7 of them said this was the major opportunity. 3 or 4 of the colleges said that they wanted to promote innovation using technology, leadership in technology use. They wanted to collaborate, to improve collaborations, not just internally with their own staff, but externally with the staff at other institutions. They wanted to align their content better with their curriculum and reduce the course development time, increase student retention, and increase access to content by the students. Only one of them, surprisingly, did it in order to create massive open online courses. And so I won't be talking much about them today, although they are a very significant phenomenon. The innovation. What were the main innovations that they found? Openness. They became much more open in their institutions. They started to use all kinds of different open practices in learning. Many of them were introduced to new technology by going the OER route. And others innovated by creating OER course repositories at their institutions. Other innovation, integrating OER into courses. They learn new skills. They also used OER to add ancillary content. Faculty innovation was stimulated strongly. Librarians were enthusiastic about housing and making available open educational resources. And the external impact was quite important for some institutions. And by that, they mean that it had an impact on their society, on their towns and community outside of the university. Because they had free resources, they could reach more people. Benefits of the implementation were found by the faculty. Sharing. They greatly appreciated that they could share the material because of the lack of licenses and the ability to use the material however they want with others, which increased the collaboration of teachers, both inside and outside of the institution. Teaching quality was increased greatly by being able to use these new materials. And it allowed flexibility, legal flexibility, because they weren't afraid of breaking copyright and having lawyers come at them. It's because the content was online. It helped them to understand technology better, and it was more flexible pedagogy. They could use all different types of pedagogy using this open content. Other one, they learned new pedagogies. So having been trapped in the one quite often by the textbook, they were trapped in one way of teaching. And it opened the door to all new pedagogies. Many found that it greatly reduced their time in creating material. They could just take the OER and use it directly in the classroom. And others wished to adapt the material, and they greatly appreciated the ability to be able to take this content and do whatever they want with the content. Other ones, well, there was no duplication. They found that even in the same institution, teachers were creating the same material independently. And with the open education resources, with collaboration, with sharing, there was no longer any need for duplication or any reason to duplicate, to not share the material. The content can be updated all the time. And this is a big problem with commercial content, where when you have to wait for the publisher to update your content and when you're teaching, especially in fields that are rapidly changing. And we've noticed this is a big thing now with the COVID-19 epidemic, is everyone all around the world is releasing this information as quickly as possible. So as everyone in the world has a chance to access the material and make progress in fighting this deadly disease. And so it's very important that updating is possible, and it's only possible, especially quickly, like we need to do in the COVID situation. It's only possible if the content is made freely available to everybody. And of course, faculty learn to use the technology more effectively. And they found that because they didn't have to spend all their time creating course content, they could just take the OER, teach their course. It gave them more time for research. And quite a few of them commented that it increased their recognition because by using OER and collaborating with others, they gained recognition for their efforts. Now, the benefits for students, I'm going to repeat it again. We're talking about massive cost savings in our unit for students. In our university, we're talking about millions of dollars in savings. In our province, we're talking of tens of millions of dollars in savings by using open educational resources. This is not trivial. This is a very big step to help our students. But other things, they found out that achievement levels went up in at least 4 of the colleges. Retention was mentioned. And what was happening is because students could not afford to buy the commercial textbooks, they weren't buying them, and they'd fall behind in class and they'd drop out. And they found that when they had the open textbooks, they could even get them before the class started, and it increased the retention rate of students. Other things they commented on, the students, that the quality of the open education resources was better than commercial content. They found that their teachers were using more innovative methods with OER. They found that the technology formats were open and that they could make effective use of them. And what was greatly appreciated was how easy the access to the open education resources were. And the benefit to administration in the university, what do they say? Cost savings. Because this was free material, it saved the institution significant dollars. The increased retention rate by students was also a major cost saving for for the institutions. If the students stayed, they kept paying their tuition. And the new policies they created helped to increase openness within the university. Some of the challenges that faculty mentioned. So again, to implement anything, there's going to be challenges. And a big one was work overload. And this was mainly by teachers who got really into open education resources and started mixing and adapting and reusing, etc. And it led them to a work overload. Other faculty, however, took the OER as is, a whole course in OER, and it saved them an incredible amount of work because they didn't adapt it, change it, or do things to it. The quality assessment, some faculty mentioned that it was very difficult for them to assess the quality of the OER. They were used to just accepting the fact that a commercial textbook, that the quality was already established. And it took a while for them to get used to the idea of using open educational resources. And of course, many faculty did not have the technical expertise, and it was quite challenging for them to be learning, to learn the new technologies. Again, other ones were legal issues. They just did not get the proper training in copyright law for their jurisdiction. And they weren't sure how open and what the different open licenses were. Adapting OER, well, many professors are just not instructional designers, and they just did not how to make use and change the course materials. And others looking around in certain fields, sometimes it's difficult to find open educational resources that are relevant to the particular course that you're teaching. Students, the main problem mentioned as a challenge was low bandwidth and connectivity at home. That in many cases, students just cannot access the content at home. They have to be at school to do that. Another challenge was there was too much content, that some professors, because it was new, tended to overload the students with more content than was normal. Some mentioned that they had trouble citing who owned the OER, which university did it come from, where do you put this information, where do you find this information? And then others printing it out. Because they didn't have computer access at home, many students wanted to print it out, and that was a real problem for them as well. Administrative challenges. If you're using online content, and open education resources are, for the most part, online, but not necessarily so. There are some major print initiatives, and I'd refer you to the Wawasan University in Malaysia, where they've done a great deal of work with the open education resources for print. But building the technical infrastructure by the institution was a problem. They had to increase their capacity to deliver online. And another big one was faculty awareness. Is to a very great extent, the faculty just didn't know what people were talking about with open educational resources. What we found was that as faculty become more aware, they become very supportive of open educational resources. I'm just briefly about the potential for OER, you will get more active faculty, more cost savings. You'll attract and retain students, but you do need strategies and you need to increase awareness. And there were some private partnerships that should be mentioned. So even when you think people are talking about open education resources, you don't think that there's private companies that could be involved in this, but there are, and there's some interesting ones. And I'd just like to mention that in the Masqueshish, it's a Cree community in Alberta, and they actually translated some of these Creative Commons licenses into the Cree language, and a very interesting experience for them. So I'll finish off with this statement. Openness is the skeleton key that unlocks every attempt at vendor control and lock-in. And we can thank David Wiley for that quote. If you are a graduate student looking into OER research about OER, take a look at this global OER graduate network, go-gn.net. And if you want to find research, this is not an OER repository. This is about articles and reports about OER. And this is the OER Knowledge Cloud. So thank you very much for your attention. It's been a pleasure for me to speak to you this evening, and I'm open for questions if there's time.
Yes, and there's definitely time for a question or two. And we've got some questions. The first question is, how are quality assurance issues handled, especially where they're monitored by higher education organizations across countries?
The quality generally is they send out the material, especially if it's a textbook being used at the higher education level. They send it out to groups of other specialists in the field, other professors, and they put their name on it. And they say, yes, I've looked at this textbook, this is a good textbook. And for lessons and smaller units of open educational resources, you can go by the reputation of the professor and the reputation of the institution that they're in. And the most important way you know is this, is if you're teaching a subject, you know what's good and what isn't. Look at the material and you decide whether it's good for your class or not. And if you're not capable of doing that, then why would you be teaching it? So teachers need to take some responsibility themselves. But I think that is the main check on quality. But the other checks on quality are, you can be assured that if you say, yeah, I think this is good material, and then you look and you see, yeah, these other professors do, and it comes from a reputable institution, I think I can use it. And even if it comes from a reputable institution, if you as a professor, you don't like it and you don't think it's right, then don't use it. Actually, it's the same as for commercial content, right? If you have a textbook and you don't like it, don't use it.
And thank you, sir. We've got a couple of more questions, and there are more questions coming in with every passing minute. So if you could just answer them by typing in the QA box that's visible at the bottom of your screen, since we're running short on time. And we can move on to the next presentation then.
Okay,
So if
I'll
any
answer
attendees,
them. I'll go to the Q&A box, yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, everyone. It was a pleasure speaking to everybody.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will move on to our next session, which is basically the third scientific session for this conference. Our first speaker for this scientific session is Dr. Zishan Hamid Khan, who is serving as an associate professor in Air University, Islamabad, Pakistan. Dr. Khan has over 85 publications in different scientific journals and has worked extensively in the field of modeling, simulation, control, and diagnosis of dynamic systems and biomedical control. Today, he will be talking on significance of quality review of online courses in COVID-19 era. Dr. Zishan, you welcome here on behalf of Virtual University of Pakistan. So please proceed for your presentation.
So I'm Dr. Zishan from Air University, Islamabad, and the title of my presentation is Significance of Quality Review of Online Courses in COVID-19 Era. So in this presentation, I will briefly introduce the background, some definitions about the basic face-to-face learning and the distance learning mode, a review of open and closed technologies in distance learning mode, issues faced by academia in the world and specifically in Pakistan, and the need for quality assurance in the online teaching. Finally, some conclusions will be drawn out of this discussion. So due to the present COVID-19 pandemic, the world's academia has no option left other than to move to online pedagogical mode of learning during the last 6 months. So the problem faced by the faculty as well as the students was that all of them were not equipped with the latest digital literacy tools required for online learning. Moreover, most of the universities do not have well-established learning management systems to conduct and keep the track of online teaching evidence. So in general, faculty members and the students hesitate to transition to the complete distance learning mode from the conventional face-to-face instruction. In addition, due to the variety of online teaching and learning tools available in the market, there are different preferences of these tools if it is not standardized by the university itself. So this diversity requires close monitoring and appropriate review of all delivered online courses using multiple feedback mechanisms to ensure best possible quality in online teaching and learning. So in the traditional face-to-face learning, which is also known as on-site learning, the physical presence of teacher and students is mandatory, and the teaching aids include a whiteboard and a multimedia to deliver a lecture. E-learning mode, we have a virtual classroom which is created to deliver a lecture without physical coexistence. So these virtual classrooms are based on IT infrastructure and digital technology. Most of the time, there are two different approaches for using online tools for teaching. They can be either open access or closed systems, such as LM. Some benefits of institutional systems include more security and privacy, centralized access, integrated analytics, and administration tools, technical support and training, guarantee of data integration, help with the course management from the IT department to name few. However, some disadvantages also exist, which include longer learning curve, lack of flexibility, and limited functionality of the institutional LMS as compared to open systems. Open technology is also known as Web 2.0, on the other hand, provides tools which are more familiar, easy to use, and collaborate varying options for privacy, and of course, some technical support is offered by the developer. The problem is that these tools are hard to integrate with the administrative systems. Records of interactions are not secure with no on-site technical support. They offer limited student privacy, more strict copyright limitations, and personal responsibility of the user to avoid limitations posed by these platforms. So in a successful distance learning solution, it is usual to integrate both an institutional system with an open technology to provide flexible learning. So both synchronous and asynchronous modes of online learning is possible. So in the synchronous mode, we have, for example, the online class timetable. Then we have the lecture resources uploaded online, for example, 24 hours before the class. Then we conduct the online class, and we post the video lecture in the LMS for the students so that they can view it again, or for the absentees so that they can also conduct the class at their appropriate time. In the asynchronous mode, we have the online class timetable. Then we have the pre-recorded lecture uploaded in the class time, post-session questionnaire to be submitted within, for example, 24 hours, and then we can conduct an online question answer session to address the queries of the students. In Pakistan, as we have seen that due to the recent prevalence of COVID-19, Pakistani academia is also affected due to the closure of all schools, colleges, and universities. The only possible way to avoid semester loss is to switch to online learning and assessment mode. However, even in such an abrupt switching, when students and faculty members were not prepared, certain quality assurance mechanism is necessary to promote quality learning using online mode. So while switching to distance learning mode, universities in Pakistan have faced many challenges. For example, absence of a well-established LMS and remote labs for engineering students to conduct experiments online, training needs for both faculty and the students, unavailability of IT infrastructure, upgraded hardware and software required to conduct online classes, how to mark attendance in distance learning mode, especially for asynchronous mode of communication, and how to conduct labs in the absence of remote lab options. Google Classroom and Moodle-based LMS, which is used in most of the universities in Pakistan. Online video conferencing is conducted using Zoom, MS Teams, and Google Meet applications. And for labs, some of the remaining experiments were modified to simulation-based experiments. Moreover, for evaluation, these universities utilize letter grades in terms of pass and fail option to avoid negative impact on CGPA. Some essential lab experiments where hands-on part cannot be replaced by simulation, were designated as incomplete, or we can assign I grade so that it can be reassessed in the fall semester when a situation will be hopefully normalized. For teachers training, in-house and online courses are organized or funded by the universities as an evidence to ensure essential skills needed for the online teaching. Also, faculty members were advised to upload pre-recorded lectures as well as the online lectures to facilitate students in remote areas where internet bandwidth is an issue. So there are many issues related to online quality teaching. It involves an appropriate level of digital literacy for faculty and students, course adaptation for online delivery, IT infrastructure and resources to guarantee acceptable audio-video quality of lectures, student support system, attendance mechanism, and adequate blend of assessment methods that should be used in the online assessment of the courses. And one of the main focus was how to engage and motivate students facing isolation due to pandemic. So it is therefore useful to develop online community by using social media tools to help them learn from their peers and keep motivated. So for example, in online community, we can develop a Facebook page of the course, we can have a YouTube channel or a WhatsApp group of class where students can learn while socializing. So online volunteer services can also be helpful in these scenarios where students are isolated at their home. So for the quality assurance in online teaching, it involves ADDIE model. ADDIE model stands for analysis, design, development, implementation, and evaluation. So this is the quality assurance cycle for the online. And for this quality evaluation, we have a mechanism by using a number of factors to develop a quality decision matrix for online course readiness by assessment of, for example, audio video lectures quality, duration of online lectures actually delivered, activity and course management on the learning management system, and how many assessments, and of course their quality for online instruction, grade achieved using quality decision metrics, we can classify various quality grades for online readiness. So let's look at the review cycle in online teaching. So this review cycle starts with some desired specifications for online teaching with initial training cycle. Then while the course is going on, the departmental evaluation by the subject specialists can be carried out based on the evidence in LMS. Then comes the faculty level evaluation where all the departments share their inputs. And finally, the data is sent to the quality review committee of the university, which presents the data in online academic council so that to decide what level should be assigned to a particular online course. In this presentation, we have seen the importance of quality assurance in online courses. We can devise a multi-factor quality decision matrix-based mechanism to assess and grade the online courses, which is very important, especially for our case where an unplanned transition took place from face-to-face mode to distance learning mode. Thank you very much.
We've got a couple of questions. I'm just going to post one or two of them. So there's a student who's asking that, could you please enlighten how much institutes in Pakistan have controlled the distance learning issues that students are facing?
So I told you that this research was made by designing a survey form, and we sent it to different colleagues in our sister universities. And based on that feedback, we analyzed the issues that are being faced by the academia. And we have also submitted an impact factor journal paper, which is under review nowadays.
Thank you, sir. There's one more question, and that's what is the time required for a new course to move from concept to practice?
So in a planned situation, we can well plan a course which is to be delivered online. But in the present situation where an abrupt transition was made from a face-to-face mode to online mode, we are short of time. So this is true. So in the keeping in view that limitation, we can minimize this quality review cycle as much as possible so that we can effectively visualize its effects and its impact on the course delivery.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Zishan. If the attendees have any more questions, they can please post it in the Q&A box that's visible at the lower end of your screen, and Dr. Zishan can type in the answers back. We'll be moving on since we're a little low on, we're running short on time. But I would thank Dr. Zishan again for his presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will move on to our next presenter for today. Our next presenter for today is Dr. Farooq Ahmed. Dr. Farooq Ahmed is currently serving as an associate professor in the Department of Computer Sciences, Comsats University, Lahore. He has a PhD from Harbin Institute of Technology, China, and his research interests include Petri net theory and applications, formal methods, and simulation and modeling. Today, Dr. Farooq Ahmed will be giving us a presentation on formal modeling and analysis of business processes in information systems. We welcome you on behalf of Virtual University of Pakistan. Please proceed for your presentation, sir.
Thank you very much for inviting me. The topic of my talk is the formal modeling and analysis of business processes in an information system. First of all, I would like to describe what are processes actually. A process is a sequence of steps being taken in a system. Further, a business process is a combination of set of activities within an enterprise. A business process can be identified by its sequence of activities. Secondly, information systems which actually use business processes are driven by the business processes they have. It is hard to imagine enterprise information system that are unaware of the business processes they support. Secondly, I would like to discuss what actually the importance of business process modeling, why we need to model a business process. Process model can provide a comprehensive understanding of a process. The model of a business process describes its logical order and dependencies, whose objective is to produce desired results. Business process modeling gives the analysis of the business process when new business process requirements emerges. A business process model help to devise a composite process that makes the best use of existing services to service-oriented architectures. So conventionally, we use diagrams to model business processes. There are a lot more diagrams, for example, data flow diagrams, role activity diagrams, role interaction diagrams, Gantt charts, and so more. A lot of diagrams are being used to model business processes, but they have some shortcomings. Its main shortcoming is that all such kind of diagrams don't have any kind of mathematical orientation, so they lack in analysis. Mean to say that we cannot provide any kind of analysis or verification of business processes. Secondly, most of the discussed business process model diagrams don't have any kind of standard notations. So these approaches don't have clear representation of dependencies. So we are unable to provide any kind of analysis using such kind of diagrams. So in order to convert such kind of business processes from diagrams to formal models, we can actually divide the diagrams into two categories. Some diagrams are basically structural diagrams, and some diagrams basically represent the behavior of a business process. So structural diagram basically represent a passive component of systems, for example, states or any kind of object used in a system. And behavior diagram basically represents actions, events, or operations being taken in certain system. So the state or passive components can be represented as a state of a system, and operations being taken in certain system can be represented by transitions. So these states and transitions can be combined to represent its structure, and in such way we can formalize our business processes. So our approach to formalize the business processes is a very famous approach known as PettyNets. So PettyNet as a formal model which can easily represent any kind of business process, and you can see that PettyNet model basically have two kind of objects. Its first kind of object has circle, and other kind of object are rectangles. The circle basically represent the state of a system, and the rectangles basically represent transitions or operations of a system being taken in certain system. The second advantage to use PettyNet to model business processes actually is that its state can be represented by a very structural manner. We can represent its states with a vector, as you can see that we can represent its state with a vector. Secondly, it has advantage of execution of our formal model of any kind of business process. For example, uh, any action represented by a rectangle or state line can be executed, and its precondition can be changed by using the firing of that kind of transition. In this diagram, a transition is enabled, mean to say that I can perform that action, and whenever we can perform the action of operation, the state would change, and the state would become all the black dots come into a post condition state. So in this way, we can observe the state change in our system. So main problem to design any kind of information system is that there are a lot more concurrency occur in our systems. So we need to handle concurrency, and patinate formalism basically support concurrency or parallelism. If our system has a lot more parallel processes, then we can model through patinates easily. However, there are two approaches used to model any kind of concurrent system. There is a top-down approach and bottom-up approach, and both the approaches has its own advantages and disadvantages. So to overcome the disadvantages of both the approaches, we actually use hybrid approach to model information system through patrinets. And basically we use a sequence of steps or sequence of activities in one business process and combined with the resource places or resource circles with that. So this is basically a conventional approach being used. And whenever we have a parallel process in our system, and it may cause and deadlock may occur in our system because we have a scarcity of resources. We have limited number of resources, and limited number of resource can be captured by different processes, and that deadlock state may occur. To overcome this problem, we actually model our information system in two steps. In the first step is to model through parallel process net. So first we construct a parallel process net of our system. In this step, we actually just represent the flow of processes in our system. As you can see that this is just the flow of activities being taken in certain business process, and parallel process net just represent the processes which may parallel to each other or sequential to each other. And then we can attach a resource on which a certain process being performed. So whenever we attach, this is basically a formal definition. Whenever we represent parallel processes in information system through petty nets, so this is basically a mathematics which can represent its formal definition. So as I discussed earlier, that we need to attach a resource on which a certain process being performed. So adding resources in parallel process net, we actually come up with a parallel process net with resources. So these are basically two steps to model any kind of information system. So as you can see that we added over here resources places are representing the resource. So we are adding a set of resources in our definition, and we get the parallel process net with the resources. And by subtracting the resources, we again get a parallel process, simple parallel process net. Mean to say that we can add resource in our model and we can subtract resources in our model to just to show what actually the we have any kind of parallel processes. So this is an example of a information system have three parallel processes, and in the first step we model a parallel process net, and then we add the resources in that. We, for example, we add one resource here to perform this task, and so on. There are several resources, and this is a basically final parallel process net with the resources. And this kind of strategy actually adopted to avoid deadlocks as well as some kind of buffer overflow, and there are a lot more issues which can be avoided by using this kind of modeling approach. So issue is that the simple parallel process net with resources or simple petty net formal model actually represent the control flow or process flow in our system. So we need to add more information in our system model. So we need to add the uh, data flow as well in our system. So how can we add data in our model? So in order to add data, we actually added uh, two sets of set of color sets. These are basically data types, and on those data types we can declare variables, and in that way through data types and through that variables we can make our functions and we can make our logic which can be added in our structural pattern net. So in that way we come up with a colored pattern net. Before that we have a simple pattern nets without data. Now we come up with a data types and variables which can actually represent our data flow. So this is the example of business processes in a simple protocol of a network. Just to uh, elaborate the idea, we have to add control flow as well as data flow in our system. So as you can see that this is a basically data type attached with that circle, and this basically diagram represents three parts. This is a sender part of in the network, and this is a basically network part, and the third is a receiver part. We want to send data, or sender can send data to network to receiver. So this is the idea. So the protocol sent used in this diagram, that no loss of packets, no overtaking. This is basically protocol, a very simple protocol where there is no data loss or packet loss in our network. So we attached some data packets in that, and by firing or by executing these rectangles, which I mentioned earlier in the last slide, that our PattyNet model has two kind of objects: circles or triangles. Rectangles. Rectangles basically represent the action or operations being taken in our system. So this is a basically operation in our network that we can send packets. So we have 6 packets to be sent to the receiver. So we model in that way. So these are places and transitions, as I mentioned. So the variable declared on these data types are used to represent that what kind of data we want to transmit, and in what manner we transmit our data to our network. So that kind of logic are represented by the net encryptions. So this is the basically marking or state of the system, and whenever we fire or uh, execute the first transition, the first data packet has been transmitted to that circle. That is a one packet has been transmitted to in the start place of network. Now this packet has been moved towards the receiver end. It has come over here, and these are bindings. For example, the value of variable n is 1, and the value of the variable d is col, which is basically a data. So the first packet has been received. So as you can see that our model clearly depicting the control flow as well as data flow in our developed model of a network. Now the second packet, which is packet number 2, is ready. So the acknowledgement would be sent by the sender to the receiver. The acknowledgement will be sent, then the next sent packet would be packet number 2. So we have successfully transmitted the first packet and the acknowledgement has been sent, and now we are ready to send the packet number 2 through this diagram. Now the second packet is ready to send. As you can see that this transition or this operation is again ready to transmit data, and after a few steps you can see that. So this is basically a second protocol where retransmission become possible, and there is a packet loss in that. As you can see that if success, then one packet, else empty. It means that we now have a non-deterministic protocol and we have a packet loss in our system. This is another model, and in the same way we can transmit data, but now in our system we have a packet loss. I am just speaking just due to the running of the time. Now you can see that some packet may be lost in our protocol and the next step can be occurred. So the possible marking after 50 steps, we have transmitted few packets in that, and some packet has been lost. Now we are waiting for the packet number 5, because the whole string can be generated whenever we actually receive the packet number 5 in that. Okay, so this is the dead marking or the final marking at the end of simulation. As you can see that we successfully received the all the data packets, and we have now we are waiting for the packet number 7, but there is no packet number 7. You can see that there are 6 packets and there is no packet number 7. It's therefore is a dead marking. We cannot uh, re-execute any kind of transition in our system. So the end of simulation basically tells us the whole transmission of data has been occurred and we successfully transmitted our data. So in that way we successfully not only model our system through colored patinets, which actually represent the control flow as well as data flow in our system, but also we can simulate and observe the behavior. The second question is that how can we actually verify or analyze our model system? So to analyze a system, we use the state space. It means that we can generate all possible states by executing our executed transitions, and through executed transitions we can generate the states and all possible execution of system. We can generate the state space, and state space can help us to analyze our system, whether our system is correct or not, whether its simulation is okay or not, and as per our given requirements or not. In order to answer such kind of questions, we actually generate state space of our system. So state space can be generated through the values of variables which are basically declared on data types. We actually encrypted in our system. So you can see that we can have a back and forth state through state number 5 and state number 10. Mean to say that there are self loop or loop in a state number 5 and state number 10, that state number 5 and state number 10 can frequently be occurred by using state number 13 and 14 and 15. So in that way we can analyze the deadlock analysis as well as boundedness properties, and a lot more analysis questions can be answered by reading such kind of state space, which actually represented through a directed graph. And in directed graph there are a lot more directed paths which actually represent the process sequences, in our system, and we can study how such kind of processes actually occur in our system. So what we have discussed in our presentation, that petty-net formalism is a suitable to model our business processes. Further, it is a suitable for model of any kind of information system having business processes which are distributed or concurrent, and such kind of data models can represent the process flow, control flow, as well as data flow. And petty-net model of any type of business process can be formally analyzed. This is the main advantage for that. We can, and secondly, we can simulate our through our developed petty-net model, and through simulation we can answer some performance questions about the system. So that's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farooq. Since we're running low on time, I would request all attendees that if they have any questions for you, they can please post them in the Q&A box that is visible at the lower end of the screen, and then you can type in the answers back for them.
Okay.
Thank you again for giving us your presentation, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move on to our next presenter for today. Our next presenter for the day is Dr. Basaki Ponusami, Head of Department of Computer and Communication Technology, University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. With more than 40 publications, her areas of expertise include big data, network security, and wireless sensor network. We welcome you from Virtual University of Pakistan. Please take over for your presentation, madam.
So I'm Dr. Wasaki from Malaysia. So this is my beautiful country, Malaysia. We are actually a multiracial country with a majority of Malay populations, the Malaysians. We also have the Chinese and of course the Indians. So that's basically about my country, and this is just a snapshot of my university where I'm working. It's University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. All right. So I've been to Pakistan, I've been to Karachi and Lahore. I love the country very much, so I don't mind presenting one more time to people in Pakistan. So let's start. Basically, my research is more on cybersecurity and wireless sensor. But since the theme of the what do you call the conference is more on online learning, so I just picked one of those topics that was given. So I'm presenting on gamification as a tool for learning. So basically, it's just to how to make the classroom interesting. So I'm how to say, I will just have a few types of games that can be integrated into the online classroom, because now we find that students can get bored when we are just using the traditional way of just presenting our slides. So together with that, probably we can have some other activities during the online teaching, right? So as we are aware, basically we know what is a game. It's a structured form of play, usually undertaken for entertainment or fun. And we know now the current generation, they are really hooked up to games. So why not we go down to their level and introduce gamification. So gamification is basically game design elements and game principles in non-game context, which means non-game context are basically, it could be our lectures. So we want to introduce some game elements. There is actually a YouTube video on that, but I think due to time constraint, maybe I do not want to play this. It might take some time, just explaining about the advantage of having games, right? So let me just run through some of the gamification methods that we can use in classroom. So the first one is actually Kahoot. I don't know whether any of you used, or probably majority of them would have used this. So this is basically what do you call, how to say, it's like having a class, you're integrating quiz in a classroom whereby participants can actually, what do you call, they can play or attempt quiz by just using their mobile phone. So for example, I have some quizzes created in my Kahoot. So when I click on this, the students can actually see a PIN number, and they just log in into Kahoot to go into their classroom, right? And from here, they can actually view their classroom, view the quiz questions, right? I actually want to present this. Let me see if I can finish in 10 minutes, then I would show how this Kahoot actually looks like. Right, the next method is Scratch. We can integrate Scratch into classrooms, whereby actually it is, I would say this is like a two-in-one method, whereby we can teach students programming skills, how to use loops, if else loops, for loops, or, programming concepts. At the same time, we can create some interactive materials. It isn't just for demonstration, like you can present your notes in a much interactive way, and even quiz, rather than just having multiple choice or something, you can have many features like drag and drop. Students can fill in the blanks, can choose from the options and so on. So that's one advantage of using Scratch. And the third one is Minecraft. I think the youngsters now, they should know what is a Minecraft. Basically, it is, most of them are hooked up to Minecraft. It's a game, but we can integrate this into their classroom, whereby students is like, they are going into a virtual world kind of thing, especially in engineering field. It's like you are inside the 3D dimension, and you're designing the model kind of features. So this is also quite interesting when we talk about gamification in classroom. The next one is Brainscape. It's basically flashcards. I think I don't want to elaborate much. There are a lot of websites in this. Flashcards, you just play some flashcards. But this is more suitable for lower secondary schools probably, whereby we can just play these games with them. Right. Next, Coursera. I think this one everyone is aware. They have multiple modules of teaching. So this is not so much on Coursera, but more on content sharing, similar to MIT courseware and so on. Next is Duolingo. This is very good if you want to learn some language. So for example, we can just install this in a mobile phone. So for example, if I want to learn German language, when I click this, which is as a woman, so when you click on the answer, it would actually tell you the correct pronunciation. So that's one good thing. You can just go to Duolingo and run the games by just using a mobile phone. So because now universities also they do provide languages, for students to learn foreign languages. So this can be a tool for students to learn. Next, Second Life. Second Life is something like Minecraft, but it's more like you are being an avatar of this, right? So you're being part of that. Like those who have played games, they should know you are an avatar, you are part of the game kind of thing. You can move around and so on. So a virtual where students can create their own avatar, and they are moving in a 3D dimension kind of thing. So that's one good thing about this. And there are other tools like Credly, it's more of batch making, immediate feedback assessment. This is good in that sense that when we do multiple choice questions, where when the students select the answer, the system will automatically evaluate and respond whether the answer is correct or wrong. So they could evaluate themselves immediately. That's why it's called immediate feedback assessment technique. So for example, like IELTS exam and all, this can be used so that we know the results immediately. Right. Top Hat is something like Kahoot also, whereby we can create quiz questions and students can respond by using mobile phone or by laptop. The good thing with Kahoot and Top Hat is is that they can get the response immediately. They would know whether the answer is correct, and then they would also get their score at the end of the game, right? So there are other tools which is more suitable for higher education. So for example, Course Hero, whereby it's a gamified course creation tool. So we can create our course materials in a more gamified manner. So that is Course Hero. There is also something in Penn State University, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. So it's like similar to the game. So they create a course content as such. There are others like game and simulation based, like Vital Sim, like nurses, for example, how they attend a patient. So it's more of like simulation, especially for now, because they can't have physical contact with a patient, for example. So this is very useful where they simulate the environment, how a nurse would handle the patient, right? So since I am in cybersecurity area, so I also venture into gamified tools in cybersecurity. So this is what we managed to get: a serious game, an escape room, and SIP is more like a training and awareness program. So I'll just show an example. This is a serious game. Social engineering attacks is in the such that people want to collect information about you, who you are, they want to guess your password. They go into your Facebook, your LinkedIn, to get your profile and then to get the IP address. So that is called social engineering. But we want to educate or create awareness to people by having this kind of awareness games. So it's a gamified method, right? So whereby the participants would pick different types of cards and they would mimic what is given in the card. For example, approach a stranger, get some clues how to get a password, this kind of game tool is available. So this is how the game is played. So participants will be moving from one room to another, and this is how the card looks like. Inside attacker and inside is a known as member. So it's basically educating what is an insider attack, and also there are activities to be performed as social engineering, and also how to create awareness for people to be more careful in social media sites. All right. So these are some examples that we have for gamification. And what are the benefits? There are many benefits. Students can engage. We can engage students and their competitive drive allows them to apply into their learning. Students would feel a sense of ownership because the participation is there rather than just listening to the lecturer speaking. Instructors have more variety and resources in their teaching methods. For example, like Kahoot, even like Scratch, you can create your own creativity there. Students will be inspired and motivated. And as we know for current generation, we know we have kids at home playing games most of the time. So we know that games are fun. So students have to learn in a more fun way, especially now in an online classroom environment. So basically, that's all for my presentation. Let me see if I can just share my screen on one of those tools. So as you can see, this is how, what do you call, Kahoot looks like. We can create games here. And as we click play, so choose a way to play this. So the students, the participants can choose which method they want to play. So for example, I want to play, in a classic manner. So you just go to your mobile phone and just key in this number and the participants' names would appear, right? And then when the problem now, because I don't have participants, when you run the screens, it would just show, it would just display all the questions and students can use phone to answer A, B, C, D, and so on. So that's one good thing about Kahoot. Maybe I can show one more, which is the Scratch. So this is actually a Scratch program. So for example, we want to teach them in an interactive way. I ask for the student's name. Okay, the student says hello, and then I want to teach them some notes. So in this case, they can learn themselves because it's like the notes can just flip by itself, right? And then we can have some interactive sessions. For example, fill in the blanks answers, right? Okay, so students, the participants can also choose the question. Actually, they should be able to drag and drop here. Same thing here. I want to choose the answer A, B, C, D. I can just drag and drop here, right? So I would say these are some of the interesting tools that I find good, right? Uh, of course, there are others like Coursera and Avatar, Second Life and Minecraft and so on, which can make the classroom more interesting. So for my case, I think I can confidently tell only for Kahoot and Scratch, which is quite beneficial. All right, so that's all for my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you very much, madam. If the attendees have any questions, they can please post them in the Q&A box, and then you can type in the answer back. Since we're running short on time, so we'll be proceeding for our next presentation shortly. Right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move on to our next presenter for today, Dr. Salman Kadri. Dr. Kadri is serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Information Technology, Islamia University of Bahawalpur. He has more than 50 publications and is currently carrying out research in 3 research projects. His expertise includes artificial intelligence, algorithms, and extreme programming. Today, he will be talking on a decision support system for diagnosis of COVID-19 using fundus images. Welcome to Virtual University, sir. Please proceed for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. I am Salman Kadri from Islamia University, Bahawalpur, working as an assistant professor, computer science. So my today's topic is a decision support framework for the classification of COVID-19 from fundus images. So let's start. First, the content, introduction, literature survey, problem statement, motivation, objective, purpose, methodology, experimentation results, conclusion, and references. First of all, I will start from introduction. So introduction is COVID-19, eye infection due to COVID-19. Nowadays, this pandemic is everywhere, and the 2019 novel coronavirus disease COVID-19 caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, that is called SARS-CoV-2, has spread globally. While the roots of the transmission of this virus are still controversial, we have collected confirmed 50 COVID-19 patients' eyes data. That was the retinal fundus images sample of both eyes. Therefore, SARS-CoV-2 may exist in the normal ocular surface of the COVID-19 patient, suggesting that this virus might be spread through conjunctival contact. We have applied different machine learning and machine image processing techniques of eye retinal fundus images to identify the COVID-19 patient at an early stage. We have acquired classification accuracy result ranging from 68.68% to 73.73% almost. And now the main route of transmission of the respiratory droplets and direct contact. This virus was detected in the ocular surface of COVID-19 patients with conjunctivitis. However, it is still unknown whether the virus is detected on the ocular surface of COVID-19 patient without ocular manifestation. It may affect our precautions practices. Eye protections in the form of goggles or face shields is necessary for healthcare professionals and public. Transmission occurs during close contact when small droplets reach mucosal surfaces, namely the mouth, nose, eye, etc. Small droplets are released in the environmental everywhere someone sneezes, cough, or talks. Common symptoms include fever, cough, reddish pinkish eyes, and shortness of breath. Now, the COVID-19 disease is at initial stage when start, especially by focus on the eye retinal fundus images. That's why I would focus on eyes, not on the data of the lungs, breathness, or temperature, pneumonia, etc. The disease is progressive. At first, the blood vessels start for inflammation and eventually cause reddish or pinkish eye and irritated inside the eyes. There are 4 stages of COVID-19, mainly affect the central part of the retinal and can cause redness, irritation, and tears in the eyes. These are the basically COVID-19 normal stages of the fundus images: normal retina, seasonal viral infections, eyes fundus images, bacterial infections in eyes, initial COVID-19, and the severe COVID-19 infection. I have discussed all these stages and all these types of the data sets which I have acquired. Now, these are the COVID-19 basically stages. That is the normal fundus images, that is the healthy eye, and this is the starting at the mild stages of the COVID-19, and this is the moderate, this is the non-proliferate, and this is the proliferate. These are the 5 stages we have discussed, and we have taken result on these stages. COVID-19 stages, how it can affect and those whose persons have experiences high blood pressures, high cholesterol, smokes regularly, and diabetic patients. These are the majorly caused to have studies in our research. These persons, those who have these type of symptoms in their body, they can affect more exponentially as compared to the normal healthy person. These are the next literature survey. I have discussed on these in my research. These are different scientists and researchers who have discussed on different methodologies and modalities, RF means retinal fundus images, and they have found the accuracy of the COVID-19 patient. Although these are not so very inspiring accuracy, but it is still a progressive research, and that's why I have taken this literature survey, and I have also discussed in detail problem statement. Actually, different researchers use different methods for identification of COVID-19 stages, but fail to build a standardized system. Being a complex disease, it is important to have a robust system in place. We try to introduce an intelligent standardized system which can be used to detect that disease in early stages. Actually, COVID-19 is the most problem is the detection. So nowadays, when we detect, then we can isolate the patient at an early stage, then we can basically save our life and save our society. This is the reason we have selected this research, and we have taken some seriously steps by research motivation. COVID-19 is nowadays burning issue of the world, which destroy the whole world in every aspect of life, and before treatment, it's early and correct diagnosis procedure is also very important. We try to develop the intelligent framework with texture analysis using image processing and machine learning approaches for early diagnosis of COVID-19. Actually, we have applied different machine learning image processing techniques, and we have acquired better classification accuracy result, and we have used the texture analysis because this disease actually affect on the epithelial surface of the body. These are the like mouth, nose, eyes, and these surfaces are very attractive for coronavirus, COVID-19 virus. And then this virus affect the epithelial surface of the human body, and especially because we are seeing everywhere, and these COVID-19 drops are viruses moving through air, and it can affect on our eyes 100%ly because we can't move on every time close our eyes. This is the reason the probability of eyes infection is maximum. But recently research has observed that few patients in mostly have breathlessness issue, and but 5 to 10% patients have also been indicated COVID-19 through eyes infection. Objective to develop and explore machine learning techniques for classification on the basis of statistical texture data analysis. We focused on the texture data because it effect on the surface of the epithelial surface of the eye, which is the sclera and the cornea comprises. So, and upper surface of the eye, it affected. So we take texture because in image processing and machine, especially texture analysis is very important. Texture features are most prominent feature which affect the surface layer and of the eye. To reduce the classifier error in classification for large data set of statistical texture data, to develop an efficient and optimized feature selection techniques, to identify a suitable classifier for efficient classification, finally develop an efficient automated classification system consists of different image processing techniques. These are the basic objective. Proposed methodology. Now, this is the initially retinal fundus images, image processing. First processing means when we acquired the retinal fundus image data, it has some noisy because some blurring, some irrelevant outliers that also exist. So we remove by using Laplacian filters. So image processing, after this is the image processing to acquire the better result for classification accuracy, then segmented those areas which is affected by the COVID-19, mostly affected the sclera, which becomes the reddish or pinkish eyes, and the cornea, and the inner side of the eye, it affects the retina. Retina have connected with the optic nerve. There are different blood nerves are present, and these nerves have inflammation, and these nerves becomes due to lack of oxygen. The optic nerves can be disturbed, and due to disturbance of the optic nerves, it becomes blindness. So segmented this particular area at initial stages, then texture features are extracted. These are where I have acquired 4 type of texture features: coherence matrix, GLCM matrix, run length matrix, histogram features, and wavelet features. These are all type of texture features, and then after acquiring these texture features, I have optimized these features because the large scale data set, when we acquired features in large scale, then it would take a lot of time for execution and memory. So to reduce the time and efficiently taking result, the optimal feature set have been acquired. After optimal feature sets, then apply different machine learning classifiers, and then classification accuracy result have been acquired. So this is the proposed methodology, and then come to the COVID-19. We have acquired fundus image data set, image preprocessing. These are the steps. Clustering based automated region growing segmentations have been done. Extract texture features that belongs to histogram, coherence, run length, and wavelet features. Fused multi-feature data sets. These are fused because I have acquired different features data set, though these features data sets have been integrated and become they have combined or fused features, then pre-optimized feature set acquired using F plus PA plus MI. These are the Fisher probability of error plus mutual information. These are 3 feature selection techniques, and I have combined these 3 feature selection techniques on acquiring the optimization features on retinal fundus images. And these after techniques, then acquired 30 pre-optimized texture feature datasets. Then after these 30 optimized datasets, then applied CSF correlation-based feature selection techniques with best search algorithm, and extracted 30 post-optimized texture features. So millions of features datasets have been reduced to only 30. These are the most prominent features. COVID-19 patient detection using fundus images, and these 13 very small feature datasets have been deployed to different machine learning classifiers. These are the histogram features, feature extraction techniques, wavelet feature, coherence feature matrix set, run length matrix set. These all features have been acquired, and machine learning sequential minimal optimization algorithm, logistic, multi-layer perceptron, logistic model tree, and simple logistic. These all have been relatively comparison results among all these deployed machine learning classifiers, and then acquired the results comparison. So 50 COVID-19 patients, 5 stages of COVID-19 fundus image data sets, total image data sets is 250. On taking 3 ROI on each fundus images, then size has been enhanced, and it will become the 750 size of the data set, and then selected 30 post-optimized feature data set, and applied 10-fold cross-validation technique. So applied 3 features optimization techniques. These are the Fisher correlation-based feature selection techniques, mutual information, probability of error plus average correlation. These type of feature selection techniques have been applied to acquire the most prominent features in a huge data set. So I have mentioned in the right side of the slide, by using run length matrix, I acquired these 5 most prominent features, and focus matrix also gives 3 most prominent features. Wavelet features give 2, and histogram features gives variance and skewness. These features have total 13 features: 5, 3, 2.2. These 30 features have been acquired. These are the most prominent features which have been acquired using these feature selection technique. We have acquired the statistical data, positive, false positive, ROC, MER, root mean square error, time, and overall accuracy. Then, after applying these different machine learning classifiers and relatively comparison among all these classifiers, then we have acquired the maximum overall accuracy is 73.73% by MLP. SLG's logistics acquired 73, a little bit low as compared to the MLP, and LMT also 73, and logistics 72.06%. And then the graphical representation have shown on the right side. So by taking large scale fundus images data sets, we can acquire better results, and it would become in future when we got better results by using large scale data sets and better deep learning and machine learning classifiers. So thank you. For any question further, you can ask me any question regarding this.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Salman Kadri. Since we're running short in time, so we won't be taking live question answer session. The attendees are requested to please type in the question in the Q&A box, and Dr. Salman can type in the answer back. Thank you, Dr. Salman. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move on to our next presenter for today. Our next speaker for the day is Dr. Ahmad Aslam Khan, who is currently serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Computational Biology and Bioinformatics, Virtual University of Pakistan. Dr. Ahmad has a PhD from Karolinska Institute, Sweden, and his field of specialization includes cytogenetics and molecular evolution. Today, he will talk on life sciences in the realm of pandemic. So welcome to Virtual University, which is actually your second home. Please proceed forward for your presentation.
So ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to give you a little bit of background of my talk. Already you guys have heard a lot about COVID-19 and what is it and its medical issues related with it. So I will be very brief in it. All of you already know that it is a very, very devastating pandemic. Devastating because it spreads very fast, and devastating because it takes your life. It can take your life actually within a week or so. So I don't think that in last 100 years or so, we came across a disease which spreads so fast and take life so fast also. Until now, 8 million people have been infected with this virus, and around 4,500,000 people are already dead. And it's only we are in the almost fourth month since the infection started. In Pakistan also, around 140,000 people are infected, and around 3,000 people are dead. And we are not sure that when the spike will arrive. So it shows that how it is really causing all sort of havoc in Pakistan too. As you all know, it has really shaken almost every sphere of life, whether it is transportation, whether it's tourism, whether it is trade, whether it is entertainment industry. Absolutely everything has been adversely affected. But most of all, it's the education sector which I will be talking about today, that how it has been struck by this pandemic. This is the classrooms, the sort of classroom we have been seeing, we used to see, and we will love to see, where teacher is teaching and people are sitting and the classroom is full of people. But this is what we are witnessing nowadays. It's horrible to see classrooms totally empty. One of the most beautiful part of any education system is the exam system. For whole year, students work hard, teachers work hard, parents work hard to really see the fruit of this work, of their efforts. And then it is what is happening now, that students can't even appear in their exams. And you can see this is the examination halls. This is condition of the examination halls nowadays. Again, horrible. For me and people like me who have been doing research, especially doing research in the field of biology, in life sciences, in molecular biology, especially, you can see the beauty of the lab is always characterized by the people who are working in the lab. Lab are places where people of all sort of backgrounds come and work together as a scientist. And this is what is the condition of labs nowadays. Whether in USA, whether in UK, whether in India, whether in Pakistan. Actually, in our own campuses, in Davis Road campus, for instance, where I am working, the labs are empty. The labs are absolutely almost closed for last 4 months or so, and it is really painful for all those people whose research is being conducted in these labs, for all those supervisors who are supervising their research, and they don't know when the conditions will become better so that the labs can open again. Then there comes, we have to, somehow find solutions. You can't stop the life at standstill and just wait for something miracle occurring. So for life sciences, we are really fortunate that we certainly have certain tools, what we say the online tools, which we can make use of. And we can do some really useful things in life sciences. One of the most fundamental part of life sciences is the making use of databases. As I have written, all the treasures are in databases. Databases are, life science research depends so much on extracting the data from the databases. What are those data? One of the most, frequently used database is the NCBI, where these genome sequences, protein sequences are deposited. Also, all sort of characteristics of genomes you can find or you can read about in different sub websites which are related or which are hosted by NCBI. A similar database is Ensemble. Difference between NCBI and Ensemble, though both have genomic sequences, but if you ask me, I would say Ensemble is even better for the extraction of and data for genomic sequences because of the fact, one, it has wonderful graphics. So many of the databases can be characterized, many of the genomic sequences rather, can be characterized by simple visual identifications, or it's more convenient to characterize those through those visual identification. And Ensemble is very good than that. And also, in my humble opinion, maybe I am wrong, but in my humble opinion, Ensemble is always more updating its database more frequently than NCBI. Then another very important database is the protein structures. In biology, one of the basic principles of biology is that function depends upon structure. If Ahmad is speaking in front of you, he is speaking because of hundreds of thousands of molecules which are functioning in his body, in my body. And you can never understand that function without the structures. So for that, the PDB, protein database, is absolutely important. So these three databases, NCBI, Ensemble, protein database, are the fundamental in molecular biology, in molecular cell biology, in molecular evolution, and lots of other fields of biological sciences. And they make the founding, pillar. So, and making use of these databases, this have given rise to the field of bioinformatics. 20 or 30 years ago, we were not so much lucky or fortunate to have the access to such a tremendous amount of data. And now, not only we have that tremendous amount of data, we also have some of the best tools to analyze that data, to interpret that data, to utilize that data. And this all is, I mean, doing this all is known as bioinformatics. Bioinformatics, that field which, because of which you are able to understand all those databases and interpret yours. Then another very important principle of biological sciences, life sciences, is that, or perhaps it's even general one for other sciences also, that designing the experiment is even more important than the execution of experiment. To me, 80 to 90% of an experiment is based upon its design. Only 10% is the execution of that experiment in the lab. And it really, then there should be, I mean, you should be alerted with this, because if 80 to 90% is design, so design you can do by making use of online tools, by making use of your tools available in your PCs, you have installed in your PCs, and so on. You can see we any simple experiment you do, it requires a lot of labor, and all the results which you obtain from those experiments are based upon that labor you invest for those experiments. So doing science is not easy. It's a really laborious job also. But you can never get those results, no matter how good equipment you have in your lab, unless you by your hand do some practice while you are designing your experiment. You have to sit, you have to spend hours to really design what you are going to do. What will you do? Will you do if that thing happen? What you will not do if that thing will happen, and so on. All sorts of calculations, all sorts of mathematical considerations and analytical considerations you have to design, you have to think, you have to ponder before you execute the experiment. And that you can do through online tools, through your PCs while you're sitting at home. So what I want to say is that in these lockdown situations, when you can't perform experiments in your lab because your labs are closed, still you can do 70 to 80% of your work by giving that time in designing those experiments. Not one, you can design 5 to 7 experiments, so that when the labs will be open, and inshallah the labs will be opening after 2 to 3 weeks or more than that, but then you will be able to make use of whatever designs you have made to really uh, execute experiment in best of way. Just an example I want to give you here. One of the things we do a lot in any cell biology, in any molecular biology, or any translational research, the research in which we make use of whatever we are doing in the lab for the betterment of medical science, for the betterment of patients in the long run, that depends upon uh, cloning your genes and then seeing the effect of whatever you want to see. Uh, these For that cloning, you have to deal with lots of sequences, and then you have to see different features of those sequences, and then you have to see lots of, I mean, I will not go into the detail of the technical issues of molecular biology, but I'm just want to say that lot of those designs for doing those molecular biology experiment depend upon your better vector designs, your better selection of the sequences, your better understanding of the feature of the sequences you are using. And we have some wonderful tools available online. Benchling is one tool which is free to use, very convenient, very easy to use. And then there are lots of other app is there, genome compiler is there, MCDS is there, again NCBI Blast. So NCBI is not only database for where we is a database server. It also have many tools which can be used. NCBI Blast is one thing. which can not only be used for evolutionary studies, but also for molecular biology, because you have to see different characteristics of the primers before choosing those primers. And then there's plasma mapper, serial cloner, lots of tools. So even if you don't have money to purchase some other tools like Genius or some other tools, you can still make use of those free tools. Also, biology is not all about wet lab. Biology is not all about experimental biology. There is also theoretical biology, which is never a lesser form of biology. Uh, for instance, you can do some very high level, high quality evolutionary studies by making use of, again, those databases I have introduced to you. You can make use of those databases to do very top level, high quality, basic evolutionary research. And you can answer some of the questions which cannot even be given by making use of whatever uh, wet lab based experimental tools you have, believe me. Also, this is again one of my research in which we very use simple laptop and databases and protein sequencing, for instance, and we showed that perhaps these are the specific amino acid sequences which if we target, then they can be useful for many sorts of things in translational research. Also, we can model a structure totally by making use of your laptop and online tools. I mean, proteins and genes, when we say that these proteins are related to those proteins and these genes are related to these genes, of course, these proteins and these genes are harbored by us, the human being, the animals, the plants. So when we are relating proteins and genes, we are relating the animals and plants also, and that's very important things, which we say the phylogenetics. Again, you can do this by uh, uh, making use of the online tools. A very I would say revolutionary tool in doing biology is, or practical biology, is the docking tools. I mean, all the medicines, or most of the medicine we make, we have this hypothesis in our mind that this medicine or this drug will interact with that target. And for that, you cannot, I mean, because there are hundreds of thousands of millions of molecules around in this world, in this universe, and you cannot randomly choose this molecule for that thing and that molecule for that thing. You have to be very precise. And for that, you can make use of the online tools to select certain molecules. The animation here you are seeing, this is this is showing the interaction of a ligand with the protein which is harbored by COVID-19. And uh, uh, this paper has just recently been published, and it shows, I mean, that, and they did this all by, again, making use of the in silico or online and computer-based tools. Again, it shows the importance of making use of these tools. You don't have to go to the lab. Again, if you are in the lockdown condition, if you are not been able to go to your lab, there shouldn't be any excuse whatsoever not to do research, at least in our age. Just an example I would like to give here, that me and my group here in our institute, Virtual University, in the Department of Bioinformatics and Computational Biology, we just with a very small amount of data, we came across certain mutations in COVID-19, and we thought that they will be very significant. But while we were doing that research during these lockdown conditions, just someone else published that data, and that was published in some of the very best people working in Harvard University. I just want to give you an example that by making use of a simple laptop and one or two students and two or three people here in our conditions, we were competing with the Harvard University people. It also shows that perhaps you don't need money all the time for doing research. Perhaps there are, especially with the advent of bioinformatics, with the advent of IT, use of IT, you can do a lot of other things also, very useful things also. Finally, a good researcher is always a very, very good student. If you are not a good student, and student is not that traditional, traditional type of students who just take grades, student me who is sincere with his cause of studies. So a good researcher is always a good student. And at the moment, for a good student, there are hundreds of avenues which he can make use of while sitting in your home. Coursera has revolutionized the field of online education. You can go there, you can take best of courses. I personally make use of Coursera for strengthening my concepts, strengthening my skills in experimental as well as theoretical form of biology. edX, again, a very important and very useful online courses service. Udemy, you all know about it. Of course, Viju have also wonderful courses. You may know about Viju as a degree providing institute, but you can also take courses from in Viju on different subjects and make use of these courses for not only strengthening your CV, but also strengthening your skills. And last, by no means the least, YouTube. I don't think any other web-based service have revolutionized the field of learning as YouTube. Yes, of course, YouTube, I'm saying. I again say YouTube. It's not only for music. By the way, if you listen to music, that's not bad either. But it's not only for music, not only for watching movies. It's absolutely perhaps one of the best digital library for learning. Some of the best people on earth ever born in the field of science, in the field of philosophy, in the field of ethics, religion. You can see their lectures, you can see their channels, and you can make use of whatever they are delivering there. Some of the rare gems on these courses, for instance, this Anders Gorm Peterson from Norway. His course, Computational Molecular Evolution, is absolutely a gem. I learned a lot from his courses. I will advise all of you, the students or even the teachers, please go and watch his courses. Whether you are a molecular biologist, whether you're a cell biologist, or whether you're evolutionary biologist, it's important that you have a good grip on the fundamentals of the field. And one of the courses like this course is very good. Another course being offered by John Hopkins University is about the programming in biological sciences. These are two scientists, and they teach in a very different way, very casual way, but very informative. This inferential statistics course is again a wonderful course by Duke University. I will really recommend that. This is again a gem, and you should make use of it. And just recently, a wonderful course has been introduced on Coursera about COVID-19. And if you are really curious to learn about COVID-19, it's biological, it's molecular biology, it's evolutionary biology, and its pathophysiological role. I would really recommend you to take this course. And frankly speaking, these courses can be taken free of cost. If you want to take a certificate, then you may have to pay 5,000 to 6,000 rupees. That's not that much. But if you don't want to take certificate, you just want to learn, you can take those courses free of cost. And that's unbelievable. Again, the ball is in your hand, guys. Never in the human history, man has been blessed with so much facilities owing to this online revolution. It's up to you. Now you don't have any excuse whatsoever not to make use of it. You don't have any excuse. Finally, thank you very much and stay safe.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a brilliant presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will move on to our next presenter for today. Our next presenter is Mr. Ali Raza, who is currently serving as an instructor in the Department of Molecular Biology at Virtual University of Pakistan. Mr. Raza is a young, enthusiastic scientist with an MPhil in biotechnology from one of the leading biotechnological institutes of the country, that is NIBG. Mr. Ali Raza, you're requested to please proceed for your presentation.
I'm very thankful to the organizers of this conference for providing this platform to share my ideas. So let's move forward. Basically, I'm here to discuss the effectiveness of the online education during this current pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic in Pakistan. We have a perception, we have collected the perception of the academic professionals of different universities of Pakistan as a brief overview of the presentation. In the recent eruption of the COVID-19 pandemic, the majority of the countries have shut the doors of the universities to mitigate campus of this disease. As a Pakistani nation, we are underdeveloping and we are developing countries, and as we are already facing leading crisis in this pandemic, and honestly, this pandemic has potential to worsen the educational infrastructure even more worse if we do not act on time. The outbreak of the coronavirus has struck the majority of the states and the regions on this planet till now. And the rapid spread of the coronavirus throughout the world has a great impact on the world's economic and the social development. And a substantial number of the youth and the children cannot continue their steady academic life due to the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Uh, as you all people know, with the outbreak of the coronavirus disease globally, the countries, the Middle East, the East, Europe, and the other countries have taken a brisk and decisive actions to alleviate the development of the full-blown pandemic. So we have a policy. The policy that was first adopted by the China, suspending classes without the stopping learning, which have the potential to mitigate this pandemic. Uh, Under this initiative, an ambiguity exists about how to teach, so what to teach, and the lack of the what to teach, and the teaching environment, the workload of the students and the teachers, and the education equity. To overcome these problems, we have the following suggestions that we will discuss at the end of this presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the education philosophy is changing globally and adopting a continuous learning procedures. The training and the specialization of the citizens are required in this modern society to engage in the process of evolution and development. E-learning occupied a wide range of processes. The internet with the audio and the video tape, internet interactive sessions, and the TV and the satellite broadcasting, like virtual universities taking the satellite and broadcasting for the students. We all know that now all the universities, all the institutes have shut the doors of their university and educational institutes and move on the online education, on mode of education. They all the courses of life sciences, engineering, social sciences, business sciences, arts. They all, and even now the schools and the colleges have moved to the online mode of education. The online degree courses are now offered by the different universities in the world. Computers and internet can enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of the education. The online education is beneficial for the provision of easier access to their educational and provide educational opportunities for the students that who are living at the distant places. The online learning is advantageous for the students due to the learning opportunities and online material at those house and dormitories. It is expected that the worth of the international e-learning market will be $65.41 billion by 2023, by the end of 2033. In Pakistan, the role of the online education, the role of the distance education is very important for the provision of the access to obtain the higher education, especially for those people who have completed their education and are now serving as and now serving their different institutions, and they want to obtain higher education. The Virtual University of Pakistan, a federal university, is aims to provide education opportunity for those who can't be able to continue the conventional education. So, what is the role of HEC, Higher Education Commission, during this pandemic? The HEC have guided the universities to consult with the Virtual University of Pakistan to obtain the technical support for learning management systems. Basically, LMS is a software which includes the administration, tracking, documentation, reporting, and transmission of educational courses, development of learning programs and training programs. That's it. Here is a brief view of literature about on world of education during the current pandemic. I have cited a paper, The Pattersons and the Shaman studied the impact of COVID-19 on the education system of Central Asia and Europe. Many countries have introduced the precautionary measures to avoid this COVID-19 pandemic in education systems also, like the temporary closing of the education institutes. Online education in Central Asia and Europe depends upon the availability of the online content, devices to the students and academic professionals, and the internet connectivity at home, because many of the students who are living at distant places from the universities and from the cities that do not have good access to the computers and the internet connectivity. We all wish that this pandemic goes, and we are, because we all are not comfortable due to the pandemic, due to this panic situation all over here. If the situations persist, and the situations of the closure of educational institutes lost for months, then it is required to start online education by ensuring the equipment and internet connectivity for vulnerable students. They are living at distant places from the universities, and the improvement in the connectivity of schools and universities, and improvement in the financing of the digital education and content, because many of the students cannot afford these devices and of internet connectivity. I have also cited another paper here related to South Korea. South Korea will have already switched to online education for students who have been at home because of the COVID-19 pandemic. In the South Korea, the Ministry of Education have declared that the start of the online lessons for the students up to the higher schools, because the new academic session is scheduled in March, but now it has delayed due to this pandemic. Here is another paper. Abdallah reported that the universities in the United States canceled the classes and switched to the online education during the COVID-19 pandemic. The closure of the education institutions was observed in those states which was widely hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, like New York, California, Washington. As during this pandemic, the world has moved to the online mode of education. moved to the online mode of education. The Harvard University in Cambridge, the Massachusetts, directed their students to stay at home, and they are now engaged in the virtual teaching. And other university, the Princeton University, New Jersey, announced that the courses, the seminars, and the lectures would be moved online. The Stanford University, California, and Ohio State University have also stopped the face-to-face interaction. So let's move to the methodology of this study. This is a known experimental research. We have conducted the research on the Stanford data, and this is a survey-based analysis. Uh, and the population that we have chosen in this study are the academic professionals. These are the lecturers, associate professors, assistant professors, professors from the different universities of Pakistan, including all the provinces, Punjab, Sindh, Balochistan, KPK, and Pakistan. These academic professionals are requested to participate and fill the survey form. I've already told you that this research is based on the online questionnaire to assess the usefulness of online education. We have almost 230 academic professionals from different academic institutions that have filled the questionnaire, the survey that we have made from May 1 to 2020 to May 30 2020. The academic professionals have answered each question on a 5-point Likert scale. You can see here the scale, the Likert scale. What instrument we have used in this research? Basically, we have several dimensions of this research, and we have collected the data about the demographic information and the preference of the course delivery mode, like some of the professional, the academic professionals like remote mode of education, some like online mode of education, and some like the hybrid mode of education. We have also collected data about know-how about the online mode of education because some of the academic professionals know about the online mode of education before the pandemic. Now, almost, but before the pandemic, the majority of the professionals didn't know very well about the online mode of education. The internet connectivity in the locality of the academic professionals and their familiarity with the basic tools of the online education, like nowadays we're using the Skype, and here we're using the Zoom and the basic tools of online education like Google Meet and Canvas and others. We have also gathered the data about the overall usability of the online education, the learning management systems, like many universities have their own LMS, like the Virtual University of Pakistan, best learning management system. Sufficient discussion opportunities provided by the learning. We have gathered the data about the students from the academic professionals that they have the sufficient discussion opportunities provided by the online education or not. We analyze the data on the basis of these questions and using the software of SPSS, and this data is this analysis is a descriptive analysis and a non-parametric analysis. Now let's move uh, quickly towards the results. Here you can see that we have the following results that most of the academic professionals, about 80%, 82, 83% of the academic professionals are familiar with the basic functions of Microsoft. Like similarly, the 85% of the academic professionals are familiar with the Zoom and the Google Meet, and most of the academic professionals know about the LMS, and you can see here the strongly agree sections. So most of 80% of the academic professionals have can seek information about these softwares when they are not they're feeling difficulty from the tutorials available at the YouTube. The course objective and study, most of the academic professionals should agree that the course objective and the study materials should be clearly communicated to the students. Here you can see that about 67% of academic professionals uh, have agreed that the online education enables them to repeatedly review the learning materials. Most of the academic professionals, about 73%, have agreed that they think that the online mode of education facilitates their professional development. About 80% of the academic professionals have agreed that the online educational mode of education provides sufficient educational opportunities to them, with the students, and to participate online. Here, about 60% of the academic professionals think that it is expensive to participate online mode of education. Here we have a question: do you think online education is helpful during the current pandemic? Most of the academic professionals, about 87%, agreed that this online mode of education is really beneficial during this pandemic. Most of the academic professionals agreed that you can see the basically you can see the p-value of here. The p-value show the significant results about the online mode of education that provide them repeatedly review and learning materials. You can see here, online mode of education provides massive education to the learners. P-value suggests that the values are significant. The value varies at the is not the value is significant. This shows that the data varies with the age, education, and the sector, like the private and the public sectors. As I have already told, that most of the academic professionals confirm with the familiarity with the basic rules of online education, and majority are satisfied with the LMS. Many of the academic professionals reported that the benefits of online education for obtaining more learning resources and development. Most of the academic professionals and respondents reported that the frequent interaction with the student in online mode of education than with the remote mode of education. The majority of the respondents agreed that it is less expensive to participate in online, because there's no expense of the fuels and other things in online mode of education to go to the universities and educational institutes. About 80% of the respondents think that the online education was helpful during this current pandemic. We have the following suggestions at the end of this study from the academic professionals, that the government or the higher education commission should ensure the good connectivity in the rural areas and at the distant places from the universities where the internet connectivity is not so good. We have also collected a suggestion from the academic professional that it is required to provide internet to the students from the government who can't afford any current rates of the internet connectivity. Third one is the university should train their faculty members about the use of online mode of education softwares such as the Zoom, Skype, and other softwares like Canva Analytics, etc. The HEC have guided the universities to consult with the universities that have already using online mode of education, like the virtual university, to seek information regarding the administration, tracking, documentation, reporting, and the transmission of educational courses, development of learning programs, and many programs. It is possible to install this application on their systems to, to transform them into the online mode of education. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Ali. Since we're running short on time, I won't be taking live questions for you. You're requested to please check the Q&A box, and if the attendees have any questions, they can type in their questions there and you can type in the answer back. Thank you so much for giving us this presentation. If you can kindly stop sharing your screen now so that we can move forward. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving on to the last presentation of this third scientific session of the two-day international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker for now is Mr. Tajammul Asif. Mr. Tajammul Asif is serving as a research assistant and a PhD scholar in the Department of Banking and Finance at the Near East University, Cyprus. His skills include budget preparation, strategic thinking, and predicting future trends. He will be giving us a presentation on feedback in online education, a strategy for the construction of knowledge. We welcome you on behalf of Virtual University, sir. Please take over for your presentation.
My name is Tajammul Asif. Basically, I belong to Pakistan. I'm studying here at PhD. Today, we have topic, feedback in online education strategy, the constructions of the knowledge. Second slide is introductions, online learning. Utilize the electronics technology to assess the educational circumstances outside of the traditional classrooms. In the most cases, the refer to the course program to degrees delivered to completely online. Everyone know about the COVID-19 is also Pakistan is effective, whole world effective. Now is education is going to online procedure, e-learning. In a society that are requiring the profile of graduates with the skills of knowledge and skills of typicals of the context, the binomial emergence technology education make way for the concept for online education. Pakistan online distance education is seen as one of the best options to expand the educational coverage at the top level of teaching, both of in public and private institutions, just like as Virtual University, University, these universities are using of online education system. From Pakistan now, is whole universities try, and also is whole world is try to go into online education system. Our governments also try to online education system is developing. Online education system is generate many expectations, that is the positions itself to discourse of the national organizations and internationals as one of the paths to follow. The world is demands of new ways of living, of acting of new, is the better organizations of our times. It also continues the of training process. The situation of COVID-19, that there is the awareness throughout the world, learning is done throughout his life. How can this is changing of COVID-19's whole new lives of people? Just like we follow the education system is going to online now. For our countries, Pakistan is not using this one. Only I told you 2 or 3 universities using, just like Virtual University, Islamic University, and some 1 to 3 more universities using this one. In online education systems, I have different assessments, learnings, assessment of diagnostic assessment, formatics assessment, systematics assessment, conformatic assessment. Learning is the basically 3 diagnostic formatics assessments. The formatics charges of greatest weight of, because it is the based on the continuous constructions of knowledge throughout a period that are course comparisons. They above the true of feedback based on the timely detections of omissions, of errors, and success of the students. And there's different activities that carry out that allows teachers to continue the leadings of the redirecting of learning according to the objectives of the achievement, publications, realizations, how it can be continued to improve. Feedbacks is that the central parts of the informatics assessments must be confluence, clear, timely. It is the means throughout which a student identifies what is needed to achieve the success according to what is expected of him. The feedback should be given both ways, teacher and students. Student teachers that ensures that the learning is taking place. There is process of the feedback, progressively adapt the readapt knowledge adjustment in the correct way. In other words, the feedback builds the backbone in the construction process of the knowledge. We can say that the teachers' interventions for the purpose is essential both of individual activities and those that take the place of team. For the feedback is completely, it must include three concepts. What is knowledge constructions? The generations of throughout creation of new ideas of understanding. Just like I told you, now is going to whole generation of change by this disaster of COVID-19. This pandemics, whole the change of life of students, whole change of life of teachers. Just like check our country to Pakistan. The students change whole the life. Sometimes it's problem for internet, Wi-Fi. The focusing the process of creating ideas carefully considerations the value. We become the skills thinking critically. The student thoughtfully of creative generating new understandings. For our students, our country students, is now no idea about e-learning. I told you before, our 3 or 2 universities of e-learning before using Western University, Lomek Balon University, one university using of online education system. If the knowledge of construction is the process which is student generate the idea understanding, focus of classrooms. Instruction should be helping students to learn and experience this process. Learning activities that is higher on the knowledge construction elevators. On the right of this knowledge, construction gives students more opportunity to construct ideas, connect them of others' content to internalize the understanding. Now is more areas P1 is here, different variables, different things using climatically. The communication, content domain, critical in task. What is communication? How can teachers communicate to students about e-learning? This is a big question in our country, in Pakistan. For example, sometimes students going for e-learning is based for assignments. There's a problem there. Sometimes Wi-Fi problem, some for internet problem. My is planning there, so I choose this topic for planning. For HEC, Higher Education Commissions, follow these rules. How can communicate to students? Our teachers not understand. How can use my apps? How can students use? So, first is through communications should be given the such way that allows the teacher to know each student in another way. Individual motivations in style learning So if teacher not understand, how can student understand here? It means making here is planning. Content means the teacher in the modify the becomes permanent elevators of the learning of each one of the student analyze the values that achieve the above in the time of form one of the variables in the play did not happen like this of just I told you before is Wi-Fi problem, these problems. These cases, the student in was affected due the luck could be directions of the course on the part of the student and even of the program in which he was enrolled. By this reason, the tutor could also be seen the figure on which depends largely measure of the retentions of the students. Critical task without doubtful descriptions of each activity a factor that increase the chances of the success of delivery. It is the product of your evaluations by what means will be seen. What is the delivery of data? What format must have? Extension and any other types of required specifications. However, in other important elements that allow to the students to the evidence what is expected of it is study, which must be included. They designed of the course and of each activity. They use the resources on which the tutor to take is based. After the evaluations, each activity will be described what elements should include, how many points, performance each of them, performance level, that a student can reflect in his activity. Next is coming is knowledge of the platform, other technologies, and application rules the process. The role of teacher, tutor, promote the autonomy in the student. What is the role? In this model of the nature of essential that the tutor has minimum knowledge required to guide the students before the situation that arise, and also technologies for conduct in these cases. In this way, you can support the movements that are required and that will not be abstract of the student and also continues the performance. On the courses, it is described that the part of the tutor profile in the line of openings of new technology, the role of teacher. What is role of teacher? The role of teacher is changing the beginning of transmitters, conduct of traditional education to be consummate with the trait of elevator that promotes reflections of the critical sense. That is a self-regulating and activating participants. This promotes the consummate intellectual knowledge changing in the student. And promote the autonomy in the student, the education under the model that the students of learning, which is they must become self-directed as self. Although things you should know, the course of knowledge, we are find each area of sections in will be responsibility to aware of both course agenda in which the dates of carrying out in each activity. In carrying out, there is activity on the time of the show. Some recommendations about the tutors, because create a team, because I told you before, our country is not using technology before this time, this type of technology of e-learning. I told you 2 or 3 universities using. Czech is Kaidel University, Islamic International University, Karachi University, North University now choosing this technology, e-learning now. Definitely making team, create teams. Because I told you before, some student, for example, going for exam, he's missing exam. What happened is Wi-Fi is problem. How can you do this one? Create the, if teachers, second is one, is teachers, create the one structure, framework. Every teacher is different thinking, different assignment, different students, including the indications of the group activity each front. Indicate under which is techniques shall be worked as removal of tiredness occurred. This is a model, COVID-19 pandemic strategy management. Check this model. How can making? Check of education system, whole the world using this type. Now it's going to whole the world is going to online system for e-learning, e-education, online learning, technology. Our country uses Zoom, Google Meet. Our universities in Pakistan is on softwares making for online learning because helping the students, our future. Recommendations of strategy of promotion of e-learning performance factor for all. Personalized, inclusive e-learning required dynamic scored in the term of recommendation strategy, data combinations of design time of runtime of approaches. Thus, the support of these providing a standard-based open learning management system. We identify different situations during the delivery of the course based on the collaborative logical framework, approaches of purpose. When the recommended, what is the recommendations are we provide to the learner, improve their performance, addressing e-learning critical factors. Last one is conclusion. Today, online education has become a process of teaching, learning this supported of technology. Feedback is essential because it's through this that a student not only realize it's a strength of weakness, but it is opportunity that the teachers have to promote the reflections of the learning I continue throughout the course of task generate even deeper of knowledge of significance. Thank you. Be safe, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tajammul. Attendees, if you have any questions, please post them in the Q&A box and Mr. Tajammul can type in the answer back since we're running short on time.
My interest is in evolution. I asked, since I was a student, and this is for my PhD, I asked myself, how are animals related to each other? We know a lot of that from paleontology and from common biology and paleontology, but 30 years ago it started that we could use molecular data to resolve the evolutionary tree of life. One of the first questions was the human-mouse-cow problem. This is how are they related to each other? And at that time, we had sequence with radioactive means, Those of you who are in biology and know about DNA sequences know there was a lot of work with them, working with radioisotopes. And on the left side, you see such an autoradiogram where you could identify each single nucleotide and then interpret this in terms of an evolutionary tree that you can see here, where we found that rat and mouse are not closer or not as close related to humans as seals and cows are. And for the first time at that back year, 30 years ago, we had the first marsupial, the kangaroo-like organisms, but marsupials are also the opossum that you can see on the right. Again, those who are in biology will know this or should know this. And we sequence the mitochondrial genome of these animals. And then over the time, we sequenced a lot of more animals. You see an evolutionary tree on the left with all the species that we have sequenced. I could talk a long time about that. It's an interesting topic to see how are the animals related, when have they evolved. But for corona topic or related topic, I choose the pangolin, and that is this brown critter on the right top edge, which is said to be a source or a host of the coronavirus. And research that has been done many years ago, that was in 2002 here published, where we found that the pangolin or the folidotes, or they're called as a biological order, are closest related to carnivores. As an example here, you see a wolf, it's a carnivore, of course, and one has not known this. And this is the advantage and the strength of molecular data to resolve such relationships. We then moved on with the development of the technology, and you know all this, the human genome has been sequenced, the mouse genome sequenced all 20 years ago now, and today it's rather, for a small group like ours, possible to sequence the genome of mammals. And one of the questions was, how are bears related? You see there are 8 species of bears. Everybody knows the polar bear and the panda, of course, and the brown bear. But in the Asian regions, you have the Asiatic black bear, sun bear, and spectacled bear, for example. And we have not known how these animals are related, and we could sequence whole genomes, entire genomes, now to do this. To cut this a little bit short, you see here the evolutionary tree of bears. On the left side, you see a traditional tree, a so-called bifurcating tree. You have, maybe one can see the little pointer here, you have an ancestor of polar and brown bear, and this split up some back in time to the brown bears and to the polar bears, and then the brown bears split up here into different lineages of brown bears. And so we could resolve with that, that the American black bear is close to this group of polar and brown bears. This is how you read the tree, that the Asiatic black bear here is closer to the Asiatic bears, as expected almost. The sloth and the sun bear and the spectacled bear, this is a South American species, is the most distant related one. And the panda is, of course, the Chinese, the bear in China, is of course the most distantly related. What we found with the use of entire genomes is that it is not as simple evolution like Darwin has envisioned it and started the age of enlightenment 200 years ago, or not started it, but he was very important for that, that this bifurcating tree, as we know, is maybe not the best way to represent it. On the right side, you see a so-called network tree. You see it's more complicated to read, but you see more details here. Don't you see the pointer, the ABC bear. This comes from an area of the ABC Islands. It's an island out of the coast of Canada. Is more closely related or has a tendency to be closer to the polar bear than to the other brown bears. And this is what we have suspected, and this is what we see in the genomic data right now. And the age of genomics can do, we can look in much more detail into the evolution of bears. When you look down here at this complicated network of the Asiatic bears, you see that we still have a lot to study and to learn and to see how these bears are related. And these networks are more difficult to interpret, and we're starting to learn to read them better and to understand better how evolution has proceeded. What genomes can also tell us here, on the top you see a tree. Now it is flipped over horizontally. On the left side you have the past, on the right side you have the present, and the splittings here are shown. There's a scale below in millions of years. That we can also calculate when these divergence times, so it's called, have occurred. When did the polar bear split, for example, here, the first two, one polar bear and brown bear, when did they split here? About 750,000 years ago, and the American black bear here some 1.5 or 1.4 million years ago. So the genome data allows us also to reconstruct the time of these divergences. And then on top of that, you can learn then also that from the genomes that we didn't know before when we had single genes, but now we have the entire genome, that there's something called gene flow. And we found gene flow between bears, between all bears, basically. Some of this gene flow is recent and some is more ancient. And gene flow means that genes from the polar bear go into the brown bear or vice versa by hybridization. So polar bear and brown bear is two species, and this is known, has been observed. They can hybridize, they meet in the Arctic, and then they have offspring of a mixed genome, and these offspring then mate, for example, again with the brown bears, and by this process transport genetic material from one species into another. This is rather revolutionary because people so far thought that species are genetically isolated. We know this from donkey and horse. They can breed, they can give the mule, of course, which has the advantages of both species. It's very endurable, very tame, and very easy to use and work with, and this has been done. But the mule is sterile. The mule cannot mate again and transfer its genetic material into another species. But in bears, that is possible. So this is exciting. We found also, running out of time, you see, this is my favorite topic. We can talk for a long time about it. But one thing is we can see, for example, that there's an arrow here from polar bear, 8% genetic material transfer into the Asiatic black bear. And now, if you're a biologist, you may ask, how can a polar bear meet and breed with an Asiatic black bear? Below you see a map of the distribution of the bears, color-coded. Blue is polar bear, brown is brown bear, green we have for the Asiatic bears. You see where they live. Should also be here in Pakistan, actually, if I'm not completely geographically illiterate. You should have them as well. So how can they meet? Well, they don't. What we see and say is that the polar bear breeds sometimes. It's rare, but it happens with the brown bear. And the brown bear migrates here all over the whole Arctic and meets here on the Russian, Chinese side with the Asiatic black bear. And so the brown bear is a vector. He can transport this genetic material. So this is what we work on. Another example is giraffe. How many species of giraffe are there? You know all giraffe, and you see one here, a reticulated one, a subspecies, or a former subspecies, I must say. There's a reticulated giraffe. As you can see on the right, the map of Africa, giraffe is spread all over Africa, the sub-Saharan region here, and then on the east side of Africa. I try to very roughly map where they occur down to South Africa. And everybody saw, well, there's giraffe and there's one species. But when we look at the genetic material, and this is what we do then, or computers do for us, we see that, for example, the reticulated giraffe here has a red C. I just marked it red for better visuality. And the Angolan giraffe has a G here. So they're genetically different. And the Angolan giraffe, again, is also different from the Maasai giraffe here. And when we have the genomes, we have 2.4 billion nucleotides to analyze. It's a huge data set. We can look at these single nucleotide polymorphisms or computer does it for us, many, many hours of calculating this, can group these then into different groups. You see it on the right, just for some color coding, yellow, green, and blue. And these analyses, also without going into detail, show that there are 4 species of giraffe instead of 1. That has implications, of course, for conservation. Giraffe is rare. As a single, it's 90,000 species, but if 90,000 individuals, but this is 4 species now, you can imagine that each species is less. So for conservation, we must conserve them better. That's what we learned from that, because there are so few individuals. Then if you have 4 different species, and each species is unique, it has evolved over the long time and has special adaptations to its environment. And when you look at the pictures, you can see actually that the fur pattern is different, and that has been missed so far. I'm running out of time here. Genomes we did for whales as well, and I'm skipping that because I want to come to what we have learned in the times of Corona, because the lockdown has posed a huge problem on many countries around the world. Well, there's limited access to the lab. The labs have been shut down. Then also courier systems didn't work as well. You couldn't send samples so easily anymore. There's limited exchange with colleagues and supervisors. You sit, or the students sit mostly at home instead of meeting on the corridor and discussing things. And you had to work from home. You had to use the resources that is available to you. And the interesting thing is, and that's why I agreed to give the talk here also to join you today, the Virtual University of Pakistan has experience in that for a long time, and much more experience than many other research institutions, because you are built on the idea of distant learning and teaching, and others like we, I must admit this, we have to learn this. The one problem is we have limited access to lab resources. On the right, you see my group, not so large, but we need, if we do genomic analysis, we need to isolate DNA and make genomes. And we couldn't do this. So we had to rely on online resources. We could work from databases instead. And there's not only the NCBI database that many of you may know, which have genetic information, has literature information, has disease information. There's a lot of subdirectories under this where you can get information and download information. There's a number of other data repositories that are useful for our research, and this is why I talked about it. What are we doing? So, but then you have the limited exchange with colleagues and supervisors. Again, here, like we don't meet in the staircase and say, we have a problem and then discuss it. Well, they're online, you know this better probably than we do. We are learning this right now. Online communication, like Skype, Zoom, Hangouts, and so on, is listed on the left side. And the different systems have their strengths and weaknesses. Again, you know this, we had to learn this. Zoom is, for example, excellent. What we're using now for teleconferencing, for symposia, for retreats that we are doing, that we have been usually meeting at one place for 2 or 3 days. We do this all online now and use these different online tools to communicate with each other. And I'm sitting now, instead of meetings, we're sitting now, or I'm sitting now half of the day in front of a computer and talk to my students and have meetings also with my supervisors, or have meetings with companies to exchange ideas and to learn from each other. The advantage is actually, that's something positive to learn from the Corona crisis. The advantage is we had lab meetings once a week. So all my research group, we have met in a coffee room and for once a week to discuss problems. And the attendance of these meetings was mixed. Sometimes half were there, sometimes everyone was there, sometimes only 2 or 3. Because they've been on conferences, they have been on sick leave, they have been on paternity leave, whatever. But with the online resources now and meetings, there's no excuse anymore not to join a meeting. You can, with your mobile phone, with your laptop computer, from every place in the world, join in this meeting. And so this is a positive experience actually from this Corona crisis. And then there's a problem to work from home. You've seen the analysis that we do are rather advanced and complicated, but they're again online resources that you can use, programs. Now I've listed here a few that is specific for our questions. There are, for your questions, I'm sure you have also these programs that you can download on your home PC, on your home laptop, even on your mobile phone if you want to, if it have enough computation power, and do some of the analysis there. And they're free usually, and you can download them for many different systems, Mac, Unix, Windows, Mac, and Linux, for example. Install them. They're very easy to use. Of course, we have done that before in the lab as well, but now you have it on your home computer. It can do many of these analyses at home. The programs are very intuitive today, so that you can prepare a lot of the analyses and make many of these on your home computers. So just a few screenshots to show you here an alignment of sequences, a tree, and so on. That much of that you can do at home. If you need a university cluster, more computation power than you have at home, you can still prepare the data, look at the data, here an alignment to see that the genes, the genetic information is correctly arranged. For the non-biologists among you, it's completely intuitive here that there are regions which are the same in the different sequences here. And you can prepare that and then send the job to university cluster, which hopefully is still on and running, because the IT personnel, the same here also, is regarded to be essential, and they were allowed to work. Use tutorials is advised, of course. Tutorials to these programs become more and more sophisticated. They become small textbooks, actually, in analyses and what you should do and can do. And if you still have questions, as I said before, you can use online resources to meet and ask colleagues. So, coming to an end, I'm a little bit over time, just 3 more slides. So there's a problem to work from home. Yes, there is, but there's also an advantage. Take the advantage, work from home, and use these resources that I have just shown, the communication resources, the analysis resources, everything that you can do yourself. Teach yourself these computers, and then if you have questions, use online communication to solve these questions. Learn programming. Every student I talk to in every course, I say, learn programming. Perl, Python, R scripting, whatever. This is essential for not only biology, but in many research, in many areas of research, we analyze large data sets, and you will be able to be independent of somebody to tell you how to do this. Learn programming. It will be much more easier for you than to proceed and gain really good results and experience. And then my last advice here is read. Use the time at home to read, and not only e-learning, but also old-fashioned good books, textbooks. They have a name for a reason. They're often much better written than tutorials, and give a much better overview and introduction into a certain topic. Of course, if you reach a certain level, then it's research papers, but as a student, good textbooks are invaluable to learn from. And this you can, again, do at home. Yeah, so this is my experience and what I wanted to share with you. Thank you again for listening. And maybe we have time for 1 or 2 questions.
So we definitely have time for questions. And there's a question for you. Which method of phylogeny analysis is preferred for evolutionary studies?
Which method is preferred? Well, this is an excellent question. You see, you caught me here. Which is the best method? There is no best method. Each method, and this is what you have to learn, has its advantages and disadvantages. The program that I've shown and that you probably shared from my talk with was listed on top. MEGA is one of the program packages which is today most versatile. You can do a lot of different analysis with that and learn by that what these different methods do, what results they give. And then again, you have to read on and learn to say, what is the advantage of one method or the disadvantage of another. A very brief example is the so-called maximum parsimony method. Again, this is only for the biologists at you. Maximum parsimony method works nicely, but maximum likelihood methods or more advanced statistic methods like Bayesian analysis is their preferred.
The student wants to know which programming languages should a student know to be able to carry out bioinformatic analysis?
Right. Right now, Python is mostly used for scripting. Many of these programs, they require that you produce an output, and then that must be fed into a next program to be analyzed again, and this output must be fed into a next program again. You can do this by hand, but you can do it also by scripting. And many people in my lab, they have moved away from Perl and use Python today. R scripting is also very nice if you want to present the data then in nice graphs and pictures that you want to publish. But start with Python. It is intuitive, it's a scripting language, and it's not as complicated as C, for example. But in fact, any experience in programming will help you, because once you have understood how to make a computer do something in one language, you can do it very easily in other languages again. It's then now learning like a new language. That is of course complicated, but the principle behind it is very similar. But if you want to start from scratch, use Python today.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us your time. So we will be shortly joined by Dr. Noor Zaman, who is an associate professor in the School of Computer Science and Engineering at Taylor's University, Lakeside Campus, Malaysia. He has 16 years of teaching and administrative experience and has worked extensively for academic quality in higher education, besides his other scientific research activities. He's also worked for academic accreditation for more than a decade and earned a BET accreditation twice for 3 programs at College of Computer Sciences and IT, King Faisal University, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Zaman will be talking on an angle towards a new COVID-19 world, 7 key technology applications to mitigate COVID-19. Dr. Noor Zaman is invited to please share his screen and proceed for his presentation.
First of all, I'm truly thankful to Dr. Tariq for inviting and to introduce the research related to the COVID and especially about this. And then I'm thankful to the virtual university for providing this platform and this opportunity to go to share the ideas during this pandemic situation. My name is Dr. Noor Zaman, and I'm running here the cybersecurity lab at the Taylor University and supervising a bunch of the students which they are working for the cybersecurity normally. So today's lecture focus is related to the COVID, but we have to see that how this COVID actually disrupt the lives and the daily routines, not only in the one part of the country, but it is globally, it has a very high impact. So we will see that how and what technologies we can adopt to get the mitigation from it, or at least we can keep these things under the control. And the second thing is that we will try to enlighten further about the cybersecurity means challenges and the issues which are actually rising during this pandemic situation, which is actually having even more severe type of the issues during this pandemic situation. So we have to be aware, and we have to aware to our readers and our students and to our community to be safe on from this side. So here we start. Here is a very short summary or intro about me, and provided the link about my university where the readers or the viewers can find the more details about me. And here is the recent research which is published related to the COVID with other professors from the Taylor University. And today's presentation is also focusing on these three recently published papers, and we will discuss about the key technologies, what are the key help us, and also what cyber security issues and problems. So the contents will be, as I was willing and trying to talk more, but we have to respect the time slot because it is only 20 minutes. So we try to finish it up within time. So we'll discuss about a brief introduction about the COVID. Everybody is knowing about that and what it is, and because this is something which a lot of challenges in our daily life. Then we will see that what are the most organizations which are at risk during this. Though the whole globally, everyone is at the risk, but we have to pinpoint and we need to find out that which are the organizations which are more affected from these things. Then we discuss about the cyber threats which are aimed to COVID-19. So we need to keep in mind here that we are not discussing about the cyber threats which are generally around the year, or generally 24/7 we are facing, but these are those issues which are highly critical just during this COVID situation, and those hackers and those people, they are trying to get benefit from these nowadays situation, and whatever the new ways we are adopting, going for the online teaching mechanisms or online marketing or online purchasing or online medication, everything. So they are keep targeting to that. So we have to understand these things, and then we will a bit about discussing for the privacy concerns as well. And then we will see that what are the key applications, or key technology applications which can help us to mitigate the COVID, or which can help us to make the things under control. Then we will go for the conclusion, and we will welcome the platform for the question and answers as well. So for history, we will not take more time. Everybody is knowing that it was started from the 30th of January when the WHO officially announced that this is the globally pandemic situation. So at that time, it controls all over globally, and it impact on majorly it has the impact on education, healthcare. So this is, we may not see this as only a COVID or only in a virus, but it is actually impacting all of the major sectors of our life, including the finance, including the government sector offices, operations, and including our healthcare, which is the base of our humanity, and also the education as well, because we belong to the education sector, and we know that what type of the challenges and issues we are facing. So after that, if suppose we discuss that these are the things, are the organizations which are really facing hard. But again, at the same time, the technology is there, which is helping us a lot to overcome these things. And also the technology is at the same places there. It is opening the new ways and the new doors for us to continue our life in routine. So the most affected, which is the healthcare. We learn a lesson from here that the healthcare now, without technology or heavy implementation of the technology, is not useful. In future, we cannot rely only on the healthcare that is the technology, because we learn during these COVID situations that this is some sort of disease which can be spreading. So how we can trust the people, how we can monitor the people, how we can keep tracking for the patients and everything. So without technology, this is something we found that we are lacking in so many particular aspects with the healthcare. In the same way for the finance sector, because this is actually controlling the economies, controlling our businesses, and controlling the finance not only for the organizations levels, individual level, but at the government sector levels as well. So at the same time, the government operations is starting from the flights, are starting from the health or any other organizations. So they are under, we can say, a kind of under attack, that where we are not able to perform even at the optimized, not at the optimized level, but even 50%, even we are not able to perform. So though we are performing a bit, but that is again, we are performing with help of the technology. So why we are discussing this, we learned lesson that how we further can strengthen the technology and how we can make ourselves ready for the future in case if suppose this type of situation or any other situation is going to be occurred. So how we can overcome, or at least we can keep our pace at the 80 to 90%. Now the hackers and the other peoples, they got this time, the pandemic time, as means dream time for them. They got that this is the golden era for them to target to the peoples. So they started targeting what we are using, the Zoom. So I hope that most of the readers, they are aware that Zoom was banned in so many countries because of the so many privacy and including Singapore, including India, including means other countries as well. Why? It is not any issue with the Zoom, or it's not any issue with the other softwares as well. But those hackers, they are trying to get maximum benefit, misuse this, and means trying to get the data of the users. So this is another challenge. And at the moment, we are using so many different tools for the online teaching, including the Zoom, including the Teams, including the Google provided softwares, and there are the list of the softwares, but we are facing these challenges with all. Why we are facing so many challenges with the Zoom? Because this is the one which got at once popularity, and then it comes under the attack. So now this is time, at that time, there are the 10 deadly attacks which are actually targeting to the COVID. Means out of all of the, in the cybersecurity world, out of all of the attacks, we group them as these are the attacks based on the statistical data from all over the world. We found that these 10 attacks, they are really creating the damage and again stopping our operations, which operations we are trying to improve, are making them smooth during the COVID situation. So including them, spam emails focusing related to the COVID, ransomware attacks are very much high, malwares are at the same time, malicious websites and even domains, malicious domains are going to be registered at a very high frequency, which are related to the COVID. So here, if we see that they started from the browsing applications and it goes to the mobile applications as well, whatever the devices and whatever the tools we are using. So these all of the cyber attacks, they are spread it all over, and they are trying to bring the damage to the individual user as well as the organizations. So here, this is a time we have to learn, we have to educate our users, we have to update our users that how we have to take care and how we have to keep ourselves safe, because this is the something, another challenge beside of the COVID that what we are facing. So now, during these threats, if we just see the few of the statistical data here, so you can see that this is the increasing in the conferencing tools, because the tools, conferencing tools and those online tools, they were there, but they were not tested at this level of the number of users. They were not scalable up to this level. They were there, they were working fine, but they were designed for the sum of the groups of the people. They were not tested for this much heavy load. So what happened, this is increase in the conferencing tools. As we can see from here, there are so many different tools, including the Zoom, including the Microsoft Team, including the Google, the Hangout, and so many. But they all comes under attack. And those comes under attack more, which are going even more popular and being used more and more. The second attempt is through the malware and the phishing sites. So it is a very high percentage, if suppose we can see from the right top graph. So you can see that this is just in, if I just make a pointer to this one, this will be even more easy to explain to the users. So if we just see that this is the months which are the March, so just after the March, and you can see from here that this is all data is for 2020. So up to here, and when we are in a trouble situation, so you can see that how much it is the increased state of the phishing. So same thing, it went for the phishing emails, and same ways for the malicious websites, and same it went for the malicious domains as well. So you can see from this figure here that it's showing that the malicious domains which are linked and related to the pandemic situation of the COVID, the people are coming. So these all are the ways that how the hackers, they can try to attract the people and can get in and bring the more losses. So now if we just share from the data from the United States, so you just see this is the data just for the recent data. It will just during the COVID situation and just for the limited time period. So you can see that 907K, these are the total spams which are related to the COVID. And at the same time, 733 detected the malware related to COVID. And in the same way, it can has the high hits for the malicious URL and so many other things. So this is only, we just took one of the example just to explain it, how much the red teams, they are attempting to get the benefit from the cyber threats. Now, we also have here the privacy concern. At this time, and during this time, most of us, we are not thinking. Most of the peoples and at the institute levels and the government levels, nobody is thinking about the privacy level. And this is the golden time period for the giant companies like Apple, Google, Facebook, and so many other companies. Every company, everyone is trying to come up with the online tools like the Zoom and the Teams and so many other companies as well. So why? Because they are getting a lot of data from us. A lot of data from us at this time, at the time of this moment, because everybody is in the pandemic situation, so they are just looking at how we can overcome these things and how we can running our smooth life operations. But we are not thinking that how many data unintentionally we are handing over to these giant companies, and what they will do after 1 year or after 6 months. So where will be our privacy? So the privacy will be having very primary concern at the moment once this situation is over. So this, because we were not ready for this particular situation, so we can understand that this situation is waiting to overcome, and after overcome, there will be huge challenges of the cybersecurity. There will be the huge challenges. They will be waiting for us in terms of the privacy, and maybe we will be facing a lot of challenges and issues from the giant companies as well. Now, this was the part of the cybersecurity. So we are not we were not focusing that how to discuss the technology that it is bringing, reaching our privacy, or how it is. But the thing is that we cannot live without technology as well. The thing is that without technology, we cannot address these things as well. But where is the gap? The gap is that we have to manage these things, and we have to utilize technology in a way so we can protect our privacy, we can protect our assets as well, and we can get the maximum benefit which can be helping us. So here you can see that there are the 5 different groups of the technology, what we group them, that these are the areas, or these are the domains which can help us intensively to control the situation, to mitigate the situation, or at least push them back into the safe zone. So including these things, artificial intelligence, which is the very important one, 3D printing, and big data analytics, high performance computing, and telecommunication technology. So we know that the telecommunication technology, how it is helping, we are right now connected with each other using the telecommunication technology, using the different conferences and everything. But again, we have to keep in mind that we have to be on a safe side. We have to be protecting our privacy and other things as well. High performance computing, they can help us for creating the medication, and they can identify the viruses and other things. And big data analysis, we can use this technology to identify, to predict about the upcoming results for the patients, and how we can see the curve of this disease. And 3D printing, this can help us to design the different type of the what we can call the face mask, and so many other instruments which are normally required for the to fight with the COVID situation. At the same time, the AI is also helping us to find out the right solutions for this COVID situation. So what we did, that we try to group them, and we try to mention that how these technologies can help us. Intelligence can help us for mass screening. Like, what is the method? So they are doing a mass scanning. Even those people, they are moving in the markets. Nobody is supposed to be standing at one point, and then they are wasting their time or getting the reading for them that how and what type of the issues they are facing. But they are doing it at the mass screening. So whatever the people who are walking in the streets, so they are getting their readings. They are knowing, they are pinpointing the people that where the any person who is in cases affected or having the high temperature, so where it is going. So this is the one way that we can AI can help us. Then the second way is that it can help us to predicting the patient's health. and predicting the next curve that where we can go, and also it can help us for the means disease management, for the medication and other things. Also, it can help us the fake news. This is the most important part. Means this is the equally disturbing like the pandemic and like the cybersecurity threats. Nowadays, we are in a great trouble, which is inviting to the security and privacy issues, as well as we are creating by our own means hands the troubles for us. Like there are so many social media, including the WhatsApp and other. So the people, they are receiving the fake news and the wrong messages linked with the COVID situation, and the people without thinking them, and they are what they are doing, they are spreading it. So I think this, we are creating, demoralizing the people and demoralizing the people who are actually even the patients are. So the patient is means always fighting with the diseases, fighting with the will more than their medication. Their parents and their caretakers, they are also means taking. They also need the not the sympathy, but they need something that may not discourage them. So this is something which is very negative. So this we can, with the help of the AI, we can means predict, and we can limit them to the fake news from the spreading. We can also use the location tracking, because nowadays we are going for the smart lockdown, or we are going for the lockdown. And in most of the cases, most of the areas, we know that there is no patient, but again, we are putting them under the lockdown. So what happened, this is we are killing our economy just because of the threat of the COVID. So we may need means the smart technology, which can actually track after the mass screening that where is the patient and what is the right location for that person, and which area particularly we can means put under the smart lockdown. May not put the whole city, or may not put the whole complete area in the lockdown, if suppose only the one patient at the one angle, and then we are putting. So this is how technology can help us, and also it can help us for the drug discovery, and also this can help us for the in so many other ways. We can use the robotics and also other help we can get to cope up with the COVID situation. At the same time, the 3D, as we discussed, that we can use this technology to go for the face shields. Like these are the very much and primary requirement nowadays, especially for our medical staff, those who are working outside. And we can utilize this for the ventilators. If we have the good designs, we can make it without wasting our times. We can go for the oxygen mask, and we can hands-free doors openers and the reusable filters. And there are so many things we can make their nicer design, and we can come up with the solutions as soon as possible. At the same time, big data, as we discussed, that big data is also a very important part of this one, because we have the data from a different segment of the world, from different segments, which is the patients are there under the different conditions, atmospheric conditions, and what we can say, different conditions. So we can see, and then we can analyze them, that how it is impacting region and how it is. So we can compare these studies, and we can find out the information, the related information about the COVID and it. So we can use this high performance computing machines for molecular modeling, and at this stage, since almost last 6 to 7 months, the whole world is claiming that we have done, but we are not able to see any particular solution yet. So the telecommunication part is a highly important, where we involve the AI, where we involve the 5G, where we involve the mobile applications, and where they can make us enable to work from home, because the life cannot be under lockdown for not only the economy, but a human cannot live without the work. So this telecommunication, and we can use these technologies for the healthcare sector and working from home for online educations, both of our online businesses. This is the new sector which is helping us to run the smooth operations of our daily life. And we need a good network infrastructure, only the connection, because now we realize that we need the right infrastructure which can support to the high bandwidth, and we have to focus critically on the cybersecurity, and we need to keep it as our high priority, so we can be able to connect with each other, to work with each other, to be in contact with our loved ones as well. So this gave us, this whole pandemic situation gives us a right message that without technology, but without right technology, we will be in trouble. And we have to have, wherever the gaps are, wherever the rooms are, we have to improve that part. And the most important part is that we have to strengthen our part, which is related to the cybersecurity. And we means the whole world. We need to be ready for the next time of anything of is going to be happen, to have the technology at that level, at that mass, at that volume. And also we have, so nice of you. Thank you very much for providing the chance again. I just try to wind it up within that time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nuzama. If the attendees have any questions, they can please post them in the Q&A box that's visible in the toolbar that's available at the bottom end of the screen, at the lower end of the screen, and Dr. Noor Zaman can please type the answers back. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us all the way from Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will proceed to our next presenter. The next presenter for today is Dr. Fatma Riaz, who is serving as an associate professor in the Islamic International Dental College, Ripa International University, Islamabad. She's an expert in the field of physiology and medical education, and today she will be delivering a talk on comparison of online versus classroom delivery of undergraduate basic medical sciences module in COVID-19 pandemic, students' perspective and test performance. Madam, thank you for joining us. We welcome you at Virtual University. Please take over for your presentation.
I will start by congratulating the Virtual University for conducting this successful online conference. No doubt we need such platforms for sharing our e-learning experiencing, as we all are new in this field along with the students, and we need to discuss the innovative e-learning based methods with each other. So that is wonderful that you have conducted this conference and have invited me. So my name is Dr. Fatma Ihsan from Rifa International University, and currently I'm working in the Islamic International Dental College for the last 10 years. So as you have mentioned, the topic of this today's study is the comparison of online versus classroom delivery of undergraduate basic medical sciences module in COVID-19 pandemic, students' perspective and test performance. So Rifa International University always aims for research innovations and evidence-based studies. So this was a humble attempt to see the experiences that we have faced in this pandemic while shifting from the regular classroom system towards the e-learning system. Now we all have discussed that we are all accustomed to the routine classroom method, which is a standard venue for teaching and information delivery to the students. However, online courses have also been offered in higher education in general according to specific curriculum for many years. And since the digitalization of the whole globally all around, we need to adapt distance learning based e-learning methods. It is becoming a well accepted and indispensable part of educational systems worldwide. Now, again, we are all familiar that during this COVID-19 pandemic crisis and the startling growth of cases, deaths, and distribution, a lot has been going on globally in terms of quarantine, border closure, travel bans, online classes, work from home, and lockdown. However, it's very important in these crucial times that the education cycles should not be disrupted, and we all need to put in our best and genuine efforts to continue this cycle, so that the careers of the future generation are not at risk. And the Higher Education Commission, I will also give credit to them that she is sensing this gravity of the situation. They took immediate actions and they provided standard guidelines and standard operating procedures to all the universities how to conduct their online classes and online assessments methods. So this was the need of the time. Okay. So while comparing the online classes versus the classroom classes, there are both advantages as well as disadvantages, which we all have listened to, and you have mentioned. Online classes are flexible both in terms of timings and way students learn material and the pace at which they learn course material. However, with online courses, students need to be more actively involved in learning course material, and this I would take it as positively, because we need students who are more active contributor in the learning process. We don't need passive learners. So an effective comparison of the online and the classroom teaching in medical education should depend upon a comprehensive consideration of how they are used across groups. We have to consider all the factors which are involved. Now, although the efficacy of online learning in developed countries is well established and it has proven academically equivalent to its conventional classroom-based counterpart, and it has been openly accepted by the students that the situation in this part of the area, especially in Indo Park, is quite different. And since we are setting up an online classes for the first time, as a startup, it's not an easy task. It takes time to develop capacity in terms of unified online teaching platform. So not only is this a challenge for the students, but it's a challenge as well for the teachers and the stakeholders. The aim of this current study was to explore the effectiveness of the online teaching versus the classroom teaching in undergraduate students of basic medical sciences in terms of learning outcomes. And to be more specific, the three main objectives are to compare the effectiveness of the online teaching with traditional classroom teaching from the students' perspective, that how they are viewing this online system, and also to compare the test performance of the classroom teaching versus the online teaching in the undergraduate basic medical sciences module. And on the basis of these two methodologies, we would suggest ways to improve the online basic medical sciences teaching. Now, just to give you an idea of the basic medical sciences, whether it's the dental curriculum or it is the MBBS curriculum, the first year consists of the basic subjects, that is the anatomy, physiology, and the biochemistry. So even the MBBS, they also teach the first year students of the dental college because the topics and the subjects are the same. Now, this study intends to preliminarily explore the potential factors across these two teaching methods that might cause differences in the effectiveness. And identification of such differences is very important for further research and improvement in the educational practices. So coming to the methodology of this study, it was a simple descriptive cross-sectional study which was conducted from 15th February to 15th May. And all the participants of the first year BDS students were included in this study. And as I've told you, a comparison was made between the classroom versus the online teaching. Now again, just to briefly explain you that the first year curriculum of the dentistry comprises of a basic medical module as well as the basic dental module. The basic medical module comprises the first 4 to 5 months of the year, and the later part is conducted by the basic dental block. So the first medical sciences block comprises of 4 modules. First module as routine was conducted through the regular classroom method, whereas during the second module, this pandemic occurred, and it was instructed immediately to shift towards the online learning and teaching methods. And but I need to give due credit to our university as well, that before shifting the faculty towards the online teaching, they ensured that all the faculty members, they were asked to pass to the basic online conducting methods of assessments and teaching. There was a basic course and an advanced course, and all the faculty members, they had to complete it during this 1 week period before starting on the online classes. So it wasn't totally unplanned, and the faculty to some extent was trained before starting these sessions. Both the classroom module, whereas the online module comprised of 5 weeks, and the instructors were the same. Okay, so moving on. Now there was this quantitative data as well as the qualitative data. Quantitative data, as I've mentioned, it was collected through the post-test scores of the classroom module as well as the online module. And the test, in the RIFA University, we have a learning management system Moodle, which was again updated specifically for this online classes and online assessment methods. But we were already uploading our lectures on the Moodle, which is a learning management system. And the qualitative data was taken through a Likert scale-based Google feedback form, ranging from 1 to 5, from strongly disagree to strongly agree. And this was conducted at the end of the online module. Okay, so now for the statistical analysis, SPSS version 25 was used. Numerical variables were described using mean plus minus standard deviation. Categorical variables were presented in frequencies and percentages. And for the quantitative data, student sample test was taken, independent for comparison between the online and the classroom test scores. And for the qualitative data, chi-square test was used for the comparison of the feedback given by the students. The feedback form, it was basically divided into 4 themes. The first theme was relating to the teaching methodologies. The second theme was related to the assessment method. The third theme was related to how the teacher conducted the sessions during the classroom and the online classes. And the fourth was related to the internet connectivity and how they took it and what were the personal feelings and the experiences during the sessions. Okay, so now coming to the results, we all know that a significant difference of p-value less than 0.05 is considered as significant. Classroom versus online assessment, we, instead of taking just one discipline, we took 2 subjects to relate our data, biochemistry as well as physiology, to minimize the error of bias. And in the classroom, as you can see, the mean standard deviation was 9.4, whereas for the online classes, it was 11.25, showing a significant, highly significant value. Similarly, for the physiology, as you can see again, for the classroom, the mean was 20.19, whereas for the online classes, it was 25, again, highly significant. So we were assuming that might the compare online and the classroom method would have be bringing the same results, but as we can see, the online results were better as compared to the classroom test. Now there could be different reasons for that. Maybe the test was simple just to make them accustomed to, or maybe there was cheating or math practices. This we have to figure it out. Plus, secondly, we also conducted the combined box and whisker plot analysis of the low and high achievers. Those below the median were taken as the low achievers, and those above those who scored above the median, they were taken as the high achievers. And from this box, we analyzed that the students' performance among the low achievers, they show more change in the performance during the online assessment as compared to the high achievers. Okay, so qualitative data results regarding the feedback form, total 72 feedback forms were collected from the students. And as you can see, we'll just focus on the percentages as we are short of time given to the studies. You can see that, okay, 62% of the students, they were giving their time to the studies. But we also asked how much they are spending time on the screen, irrespective of the studies, that is playing PS4 and online gadgets and other activities. So there is a high percentage of students who are spending or wasting their time on online screen, around 45%. And poor internet connection, although this is within Islamabad, and we have very few students belonging to the rural areas, but still you can see the high percentage, that is around 33%, who still had this poor internet connectivity, and which poses a great threat to this continuation and involvement towards the education, teaching and learning process. Now the 4 themes and the comparison we made through the chi-square test. There were some in which we found significance greater than the p-value. That means that students preferred one particular mode of assessment more than the others, and there were some in which there was no difference between the online and the classroom methods. So first we will discuss those with the significant values. Preferred assessment mode, definitely students preferred the classroom method more as compared to the online method. This was the first attempt for them, although we had been given them mock exams in between to make them get used to and accustomed to, but still they preferred to continue with the classroom system. Student interaction, as is obvious, there is no face-to-face interaction with the teacher, so student interaction, they missed that classroom environment and the face-to-face interaction, and the student motivation was also a significant factor which was affected during the online classes. Students also explained that the cheating and malpractices, they were more common in the online classes as compared to the classroom teaching. This we have to take into account if we want to continue with the online assessment. We need to train our faculty for all the various methods. We can adopt for the online proctoring method, or we can go for the open book exam, but it needs to be with the validity and reliability to minimize the cheating and malpractices. Again, the variety of teaching methods, the teacher, they are more used to in a classroom to use different teaching methodologies, whereas in online teaching or web learning, the chances for different varieties of the teaching methodologies, they were minimum. So students also complained regarding that. Okay, So those factors in which there was no differences was the topic understanding. Students said that they were able to cope with to get the concept, which is a very good positive point. So it was equally among no difference was found between the classroom versus the online. Students were able to ask questions. There were no queries that the teacher was not answering the question, or there was no sufficient time during the online lecturing. Mostly we conducted our online classes initially through the Zoom, but later we shifted on to the MS Teams, and all the classes have been enrolled and set up into it. So all the PBL sessions, SGT sessions, they have been conducted along with the online quizzes through this Moodle as well as the MS Teams software. So feedback was also provided by the teachers, and participation of the students was equal in both the online and the classroom teaching. So this is regarding when their test scores was compared regarding this study, there was no difference between the online and the classroom results, whereas we had the classroom results, online results more significant and higher scores as compared to classroom. But in this study also, the face-to-face teaching was preferred by the students as compared to the online. And the study which do no second hour finding, I would just highlight this comparison between two basic life sports method. In this, students supported the idea of video lecturing, and it was just a small session, 4-hour session. So there is a difference when you conduct an online session for a short while of time, or if you are conducting it on a whole 5 weeks. Plus, this is human psychology that when they are given a choice, they would like to prefer one method and they take responsibility for that action. But when you are forced to adopt a teaching methodology, then obviously you are hesitant and you do not adopt it fully. So we have to motivate the students to such level that we have to ultimately shift, move on with this online system. It cannot be abandoned. And in future, I would prefer a blend of both these systems. Just to conclude the study, although students are criticizing the move in the wake of this issue, such as connectivity and quality issues, but every transformation or paradigm shift, it will take some time. We will slowly get used to with the passage of time, and with the increased institutional readiness with the existing resources and student acceptability, inshallah, things will improve. Student and faculty support programs need to be further incorporated in terms of technical support, internet accessibility, communication need to be more well established between the students and the teacher. Mock exams should be conducted to prepare the students well, and persistence in an online environment may be more challenging, and the quality and quantity of interaction may be increased in online classes. So finally, the question is not whether e-learning should be implemented or not, but where it should be used best, how to implement it successfully, and how we will ensure a beneficial effect on our learners and faculty. That's all. Now, if you want to ask any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fatima. If any of the attendees has any question for Dr. Fatima, please feel free to post them in the Q&A box, and Dr. Fatima can type in her reply. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will move on to our last presenter for the day. Our last speaker for the day is Ms. Anam Zahra, who is an e-learning production manager at the University of Management and Technology, EUMT, Lahore, Pakistan. She will be giving a presentation on digital academic skills, a solution for online learning success. Welcome, Ms. Anam Zahra. Please proceed for your presentation.
Dear viewers, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. My name is Anam Zahra. I'm specialized in developing online courses. With 2 years of work experience while utilizing Moodle LMS, Storyline, and Adobe Captivate. I'm certified learning experience designer from NovoEd, and my go-to instructional models are ADDIE model, Assure model, and Merrill principle. My recent projects include developing of digital academic skills online course. I must share as how delighted I am to share the space with such a dynamic bunch of researchers, professionals, and educationalists, and thus extend my appreciation to the lead organizers, Richard University, for making it possible that today we are here to sit together, listen, share, and most importantly, figure out the trends of e-learning through this platform of international online conference. After my graduation, I joined as a teacher assistant in UMT, then started working as an e-learning production manager in UMT Connected. I would like to share with you a brief overview of UMT, as it is established in 1990 as an international brand of imparting world-class quality education with an aim to enhance research, organizational, and individual effectiveness. UMT is recognized by the Higher Education Commission as a W4 category university. UMT has been named among the top 500 in QS Asia University Ranking 2019, having institutional linkages with the world's top universities along with 600 faculty members and 125 plus PhD holders. UMT offers 150-degree programs, a state-of-art library having more than 130,000 books and availability of over 300,000 online sources. Distance learning has become a byword of today's learning and teaching scenario. Universities across the globe are making efforts to introduce and innovate online courses, which can provide an equal chances to students to acquire off-campus, online, and hybrid learning experience according to their needs and requirements. UMT Connected, a directorate of distance education, has been established at the University of Management and Technology in 2017 to bring university community on board in terms of the latest happenings of the educational world. UMT Connected aims to ensure that UMT is compliant with the Higher Education Commission standards for electronically delivered courses as well as quality method standards. Let me share the agenda of my today's presentation, which is challenges being faced during the online education and strategies to overcome the issues, with an overview of e-learning and familiarizing with the online teaching and learning environment. Then we will discuss that what makes an online course a standard online course. We will also see as how online courses should be developed, organized, and delivered. The standards that are to be followed are issued by Higher Education Commission of Pakistan. And lastly, we shall conclude with the description of CIA, not the American CIA. It is basically content, interaction, and assessment, followed by SAM, Session Alignment Matrix. Some of the extract gathered from different researches regarding online education is being displayed here. During the epidemic scenario, certain challenges are being faced by the institutes and students. Students aren't aware and familiarized about the benefits of e-learning. That's why they resist to change their mindset. Some of them are having lack of computer literacy. There is lack of assistance and support to deal with concerns of students. Then most importantly, their interest and engagement in online class. What are the strategies to overcome the challenges of online education? Higher Education Commission proposed online readiness policy to make education accessible to students. We are also concerned about our student resistance. That is why we are doing efforts to explore new technologies and design basic course for guidance and coaching of students to solve their problems regarding online learning. Digital academic skills course is an excellent opportunity because it is one of the best solutions to transmit the online education and familiarize students to online learning. Let's have a brief look on policy guidelines issued by Higher Education Commission of Pakistan. University must have an LMS and all courses should be placed on it. Faculty must be trained to teach online. All the reading materials should be online accessible. University must cite the relevant technological assistance. University must facilitate the student in accessing the course material and shall also resolve the queries. There is an understandable fear for all involved as we learn the rules for a new unknown game amidst pandemic scenario. There is an agreement that no longer having in-person classes is challenging, as it requires psychological adjustment for instructors as well as for learners. Nothing will ever replace the magic of learning in a real classroom. But let's leverage technology to bridge physical social distance. Digital academic skills course is devised to address the student concerns about online education. This image gives a snapshot of how the course looked like. You can see that every session has different colors, which is pleasing to eye, so that student will be attentive during the course. The major segments of the course are as follows: course details and logistics, being successful online student, technical consideration, the virtual classroom, learning strategies, and the concerns of online students. This is basically the glimpse of overview regarding different sessions. Moving further, what the course is about. In every session, interactive videos, objectives, reading material, and short assignments are available. To make learning easy, proper SOPs and engaging tutorials are available, which will guide the learner about online learning tools, tips, strategies, and techniques that aid them to become a successful online learner. Discussion forums are also available in which students communicate with teachers and share thoughts with class fellows, which improve their knowledge sharing. I'm pleased to share with you that UMT is the first Pakistani higher education institute that has received the membership from Quality Matters. And the digital academic skills course is designed on the criteria of Quality Matters. There are salient features that has been fully followed while designing and developing this course. And it is asynchronous learning. Learn anytime, at any place, and on any device. Similarly, approved course material, recognized authors, and supported by student technological and instructional resource services. Furthermore, these are some of the learning outcomes from this course. Differentiate between traditional and online education, aware of characteristics of successful online student, learn about the technology and connectivity requirements, suitable personal learning styles, then how to avoid plagiarism, time management and setting of priorities, identification of basic navigation elements of the UMT learning management system, and live lecture technology. This is how we can flip the purpose of face-to-face class time to allow more simulations and interactive experience, more differentiation opportunities, more number of assessments, and more individual discussions with students. Then in the summary, I hope you get the idea about the importance of online learning at UMT, the glimpse of digital academic skills course. In the end, I would like to say that fellow institutions are welcome to reach out to us, and we are open to collaborate with them and to make this course customized for students of fellow institutions. That's all from my side. If anyone have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Anam. Since we're running short on time, we won't be taking live questions. If any attendee has any pertinent question, please feel free to post them in the Q&A box that's visible in the taskbar at the lower end of the screen, and Ms. Anam Zara would answer them by typing in the answer. Thank you, Ms. Anam, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us throughout these scientific and plenary sessions. This marks an end to the conference, and we will now proceed to the official closing ceremony. To commence the closing ceremony, I will request Dr. Atikur Rahman, who is serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Mathematics at Virtual University of Pakistan, to please recite a few verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا استعينوا بالصبر والصلاة إن الله مع الصابرين ولا تقولوا لمن يقتل في سبيل الله أموات بل أحياء ولكن لا تشكرون ولنبلونكم بشيء من الخوف والجوع ونقص من الأموال والأنفس والثمرات وبشر الصابرين الذين إذا أصابتهم مصيبة قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون أولئك عليهم صلوات من ربهم ورحمة وأولئك هم المهتدون. In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. O you who have believed, seek help through patience and prayer. Indeed, Allah is with the patient. And do not say about those who are killed in the way of Allah, they are dead. Rather, they are alive, but you perceive it not. And we will surely test you with something of fear and hunger, and a loss of wealth and lives and fruits, but give good tidings to the patient, who, when disaster strikes them, say, indeed we belong to Allah, and indeed to Him we will return. Those are the ones upon whom are blessings from their Lord and mercy, and it is those who are the rightly guided. Sadaqallahul Azim.
Jazakallah. To give concluding remarks about the conference, I will request Professor Dr. Malik Muhammad Arif Rafi, Dean Faculty of Science and Technology, Virtual University of Pakistan, to please take over.
Thank you for giving me this difficult task. From the last 2 days, I am listening every talk and writing notes. Let's come to the point. Respected speakers, participants, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. As this remarkable international conference on future trends in e-learning and collaborative work is drawing to end, I would like to thank you all for your marvelous and outstanding talks, constructive discussions, and active participation during the last 2 days. I am sure you all share my view that this whole conference has been a very stimulating and successful experience. I am thankful to our rector, Mr. Naeem Tariq, and Director ICT, Mr. Ahsan Zafarpuri, for their continuous support for organizing this successful event. I really appreciate conference co-chair, Dr. Muhammad Tariq Parvez, Head Department of Bioinformatics and Computational Biology, and his entire team for their tireless efforts to make this online conference a success story. In this conference, 24 speakers from different countries like Canada, Philippines, UK, Germany, Malaysia, South Africa, and Pakistan presented their views about different aspects of e-learning with special reference to COVID-19 pandemic. Successful proceedings of this e-conference show the potential of reshaping modern day learning approaches and establishing new trends. It was a 2-day conference which included 8 plenary and scientific sessions. Distinguished speakers talked about the challenges the current COVID-19 outbreak have posed to education institutions and about how online education can facilitate to cope in these difficult times. The speakers also talked about innovative e-learning tools available and their usage in facilitating teaching and research. Ladies and gentlemen, we are we all are facing very critical and uncertain conditions due to this unexpected outbreak of pandemic named COVID-19. Due to restricted movement, which is the only way to be productive, it had severely affected all spheres of life, including education sector. Millions of students and teachers were bound to their homes, leaving entire learning process at stake for a while. However, through the support of technology, safe, innovative, and constructive ways were adopted rapidly to continue the education process at all levels. It is quite satisfying that all over the world, educators are collaborating to share their meaningful experiences in their respected fields. As a result, e-learning is becoming so pertinent and beneficial and a great alternative to traditional education, and it is need of the hour now. Ladies and gentlemen, let me see, let me say that we should feel proud here. It is the pioneer of online education in Pakistan. It is the single most renowned and well-structured online education institute in Pakistan. I commend from the depth of my heart the efforts, zeal, and commitment Virtual University of Pakistan have been showing for last 2 decades or so. And in these difficult times when colleges and universities all over the country are closed due to this pandemic, Virtual University can really play vital and founding role to promote online education. If any university in Pakistan want to start online education, VU should be taken as supreme model. I wish VU continue to play its founding role in its endeavor of promoting online education in Pakistan. I also wish that Virtual University will keep on holding valuable and important events like these in future too. Again, I would like to thank all participants for your intellectual discussions in this conference and all institutions and companies for their invaluable support. In particular, Dr. Naveed Akhtar Walid, our founding rector, Professor Melinda, Professor Rore, and Professor Exer. I am ending with some words of Sir Dr. Allama Muhammad Iqbal. वो फरमाते हैं, एक ही सफ में खड़े हो गए महमूदो यार, ना कोई बंदा रहा, ना कोई बंदा रहा. Thank you. Pakistan. Fine.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Naeem Tariq, Rector, Virtual University of Pakistan, to please present his vote of thanks.
Assalamu alaikum. I think, as very smartly and very aptly summarized by Dr. Arif, the 2 days were very fruitful for us, for all the panelists, for all the participants, and the speakers who have shared their slides and their experiences and their thoughts with us. Thank you very much. Thank you to all. And that was a really good managed event. Thank you, Team Viju, and we should keep it up. We should bring more and more conferences, seminars, symposiums on this topic so that more and more people can benefit. And the major thank you role has been played by Dr. Arif, but still, I'm very indebted to Dr. Naveed Malik, who is the founding director of Viju, and who has presented a very good topic, very good thoughts on how common methods of learning is progressing, and that gives us also some fruitful thoughts what to do at our end in our country. Here I would like to say one thing, and in my national language, Urdu. I think we have very few there is one panelist from foreign panelist and I think very few participants. लेकिन मैं यह कहना चाहूँगा कि हमारे मुल्क में जो एक बड़ा मसला है मिनहसुल कौम, हम लोगों में सब्र नहीं है। अभी जो आयात भी तलावत की गई उसमें सब्र का जिक्र था कि सब्र से मदद लो, नमाज से मदद लो। तो हम लोगों में सब्र का फुकदान होता जा रहा है। जब भी कोई मसला आता है, जब भी कोई आफत आती है, जब भी कोई मुश्किल आती है, तो हम फौरन ब्लेम में पड़ जाते हैं। ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए। हम चाहे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, चाहे टीचर्स हैं, चाहे मैनेजमेंट स्टाफ है, चाहे जूनियर ऑफिसर्स हैं, चाहे मीनियल स्टाफ है, घर वाले हैं, बाहर वाले हैं, हमें छोटे बच्चे हैं, बड़े बच्चे हैं, हम एकदम से जो है नेगेटिव थिंकिंग में चले जाते हैं। So we should avoid negative thinkings and we should come up with positive thoughts. And in our lifetimes, जो हुआ है, this pandemic, this is our lifetime. It is just out of blue. No one predicted it. No one knows, and therefore that is in an inevitable situation. We can't switch to one mode to another mode on overnight basis. We need infrastructure, we need trainings, we need a lot of other things. We need a lot of coherence between different institutions, collaboration among different institutions. So it is just a beginning of a new era. And we should all come forward and we should all join hands together to go forward, to make forward, and to come out of these situations in a high and flying manner. That is achievable. This is not a hard task. This conference is a little example of what the technology can bring us. We have speakers from Canada, from Malaysia, from Europe, from different parts of our country, and the informative talks shared by all. Dr. Naveed has pointed out a university, international university, which is lacking in some resources. Then Professor Rory, he has summarized the findings of 6 universities. And then we have a good talks from our local partners. So everyone is facing difficulties. Everyone is facing difficulties and they will here to stay. They will not go overnight and we have to work together. So again, we have to train ourselves and we have to prepare ourselves for the inevitable, and that is achievable. So coming to the point, coming to this conference, I hope as a university, we will continue on these platforms. We will continue to endeavor more and more in distance learning. And we will also venture into blended learning. And that is an open offer to all the participants to share their blended, to share their views, knowledge with us, so that all can be part of a positive growth for this country. And coming to the vote of thanks, yes, it is a very good conference arranged by our Faculty of Science, the Department of Life Sciences. Dr. Tariq was the main thinker behind the lines. Then Dr. Arif, obviously, and then Team Viju, especially in these days, ICT department, headed by our very beloved, I will say, Asim Borisa, is here for almost 15, 16 years with us. And he knows ins and outs of the university and the ICT. And obviously, all the person behind the scenes, his team, the team of Dr. Tariq, Zinia has done a good job, as good as she is doing in the face-to-face conferences. Keep it up. And we have other participants and we have other faculty members who have done this. And I hope more and more will come and join and come forward to take lead in presenting their papers. So, and I am really thankful again to Dr. Naveed, Professor Rory, Professor Malinda, and other foreign speakers who have come all the way, not physically, but virtually. They have to come off their time. They have to come to meet with our time. And thank you all. And let's hope and pray to Allah कि वो हमें अपनी आफियत में रखे, इस बला से हमारे घरों को, हमारे मुल्कों को, पूरी दुनिया को इस आफत से बचाए और जल्द अज जल्द इसका खात्मा करे. And we are back to life, back to roads. But with that, we shouldn't we shouldn't let go this opportunity to move forward in the virtual and blended learning modes. I hope that things will move forward and we will enter into a new era of prosperity for our country, especially in the field of education. God bless you. Thank you all. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude our two-day international online conference on future trends in e-learning and collaborative working that was organized by Virtual University of Pakistan. On behalf of the university and the organization team, I thank all presenters, speakers, participants, and attendees for sparing their valuable time and making this conference a success. We hope you gained beneficial knowledge and will look forward to your feedback as well as presence in future events. Thank you once again, and Allah Hafiz.